Chapter 1. A Tranquil Gulf Coast. The morning sun slapped the Gulf of Mexico like it had caught the water stealing its lunch money. Danny Gumbo Malone squinted at the blinding reflection from his weathered deck chair, wondering if this was what retirement looked like or just unemployment with a fancier name tag. Gumbo. Nobody called him Danny anymore except his mother and the IRS. Tilted his Panama hat lower over his eyes and took another swig from his coffee mug. The mug said, "World's Best Executive." The liquid inside was cheap rum. At 10:17 a.m. on a Tuesday, this constituted what his former therapist would call a concerning lifestyle choice. He'd been sitting here for 2 hours already, watching pelicans dive-bomb the water with kamikaze precision. Unlike the pelicans, Gumbo had lost his precision. And his corner office. And his company car. And his purpose. Restructuring, they'd called it, which was corporate speak for, "We found someone younger who'll do your job for half the salary and twice the enthusiasm." 27 years at Consolidated Dynamics Solutions, whatever the hell that even meant. He still wasn't sure what the company actually produced, but he'd been damn good at managing their Southeast Regional Operations Division. Now he was 55, retired, and living on a houseboat in Cedar Key, Florida, a place where the average resident was either a weathered fisherman with tails taller than the local lighthouse or a refugee from some corporate nightmare up north. Gumbo fit neither category precisely, which meant he fit right in. The business cards had arrived yesterday. 500 of them, which felt optimistic bordering on delusional. Danny Gumbo Malone, private investigator, finding the truth when nobody's looking for it. The slogan had seemed clever after his 4th bourbon last month when he'd placed the order. Now it read like the tagline for a direct-to-DVD movie nobody would rent. He'd gotten the idea from Jimbo at the Rusty Pelican Bar, who claimed being a private investigator in Florida was easier than catching sunburn. According to Jimbo, people were constantly losing things in Florida: their spouses, their retirement funds, their sobriety, their sanity. And they'd pay good money to have someone find at least one of those items. "You just need a license, which is basically a formality in this state," Jimbo had said, tapping his nose knowingly. "Florida will license anything with a pulse. Sometimes without." So Gumbo had taken the online course, passed the exam with a suspicious ease that suggested the state really did need the licensing fees, and found himself the proud owner of a laminated card declaring him qualified to investigate things privately. Whatever that meant. His cell phone rang, interrupting his existential crisis. The screen displayed a number he didn't recognize, which described most numbers these days. "Malone Investigations," he answered, trying to sound like he hadn't been drinking rum from a coffee mug while contemplating the cosmic joke that was his life trajectory. "Is this the detective?" The voice on the other end belonged to a man who pronounced each syllable like it was costing him by the letter. "Private investigator," Gumbo corrected, though he wasn't entirely sure of the difference. "Danny Malone speaking. I need your services immediately. It's a matter of considerable urgency and discretion." Gumbo sat up straighter, nearly spilling his breakfast rum. An actual client? Already? Perhaps Jimbo wasn't completely full of shit after all. "I can be discreet," Gumbo assured the caller, despite having told the entire Rusty Pelican about his new career path just last night. "Excellent. My name is Rufus Sterling. Perhaps you've heard of me?" Gumbo had not, but he'd learned in his corporate years that wealthy people enjoy being recognized, even when they aren't. "Of course," he lied smoothly. "The Rufus Sterling." "Indeed. I need to meet with you today. Are you available?" Gumbo looked down at his faded Margaritaville t-shirt and cargo shorts with the mysterious stain that might be either hot sauce or blood. He'd had an unfortunate encounter with a can opener last week. "I can move some things around," he said, as though his calendar contained anything beyond stare at water and drink progressively earlier in the day. Splendid. My yacht is docked at Pelican Marina. The Midas touch. You can't miss it, it's gold. Of course it was. I'll be there at noon, Gumbo said, already calculating how long it would take to make himself look like a professional who hadn't just invented his job title on a drunken whim. Make it 1. I'm in the middle of something. The line went dead. Gumbo stared at his phone, then at his business cards, then at the pelicans still dive-bombing the water with suicidal confidence. Well, he said to no one in particular, I guess I'm in business. He stood up, stretching his 6'2" frame and feeling the sun on his face. People had called him ruggedly handsome before, usually women who'd had a few too many margaritas at corporate retreats. In the right light, with the right amount of shadow, he supposed he could pass for someone who knew what he was doing. Florida had thrown him for a loop, but Gumbo Malone had grit. And now, apparently, he had a client with a gold yacht. Things were looking up, which in Florida usually meant a hurricane was coming. Chapter 2: A Deal with the Devil. Gumbo stood on the dock staring at the Midas touch, understanding finally why people with money were called filthy rich. The yacht wasn't just gold. It was obscenely, pornographically gold, like King Midas had projectile vomited all over a perfectly respectable vessel. Gold rails. Gold trim. Gold nameplate with gold lettering. The radar equipment appeared to be dipped in gold. Even the damn life preservers were gold. Compensating for something? Gumbo muttered, immediately regretting that he'd wasted a perfectly good quip with no audience. He'd managed to locate a blazer that didn't have mysterious stains or smell like last month's grouper sandwich. The blazer, paired with khakis and an actual button-down shirt, made him look like what he imagined a private investigator should look like, if that private investigator had previously been middle management at a company that specialized in nothing anyone could explain at a dinner party. A crew member in a white uniform with gold buttons, naturally, awaited at the gangplank. Name? The young man asked, somehow looking bored and judgmental simultaneously. Danny Malone. I have an appointment with Mr. Sterling. The crew member consulted an iPad in a gold case. Mr. Sterling is expecting you. Follow me. Gumbo followed, noticing how his target clearance rack loafers squeaked against the impeccably polished teak decking. He'd already failed the wealth test, which was probably the point. Sterling awaited on the upper deck, lounging on a sofa that likely cost more than Gumbo's entire houseboat. He was wearing a white linen suit, white shoes, and had teeth so white they practically strobe-lit the deck. The only non-white item on Sterling was his tan, which had the unnatural orange tinge of something achieved through chemicals rather than sunshine. Ah, Detective Malone. Right on time. I appreciate punctuality. Sterling rose to his full height of about 5'7", extending a manicured hand. It's Private Investigator Malone, actually. There's a difference in licensing. Gumbo had Googled it that morning. Of course. Semantics. Would you care for a drink? Christoph makes an outstanding mojito. It was 1:07 p.m. In Gumbo's previous life, drinking during business hours was a fireable offense. In his new life as a Florida pie, it seemed like a job requirement. I'll have whatever you're having, Gumbo said, figuring it was a safe choice. Christoph. 2 mojitos, extra mint in mine. Sterling gestured toward a chair. Please sit. Tell me about your investigative experience. This was the part Gumbo had rehearsed while showering. I prefer to let my results speak for themselves, he said, which was technically true since there were no results to speak of yet. But I spent nearly 3 decades in corporate operations, which involves more investigative work than most people realize. This was stretching the truth like pizza dough, but Gumbo had once uncovered an administrative assistant's scheme to order office supplies and resell them on eBay. That counted, right? Sterling nodded approvingly. A man of discretion. I like that. And you come highly recommended. Gumbo managed to keep his face neutral, despite wondering who in God's name had recommended him for anything. I have a delicate situation, Sterling continued. A business associate of mine, Elias Devereux, has gone missing. Have you contacted the police? Gumbo asked, accepting the mojito from Christoph, who materialized like a spirit summoned by mint and rum. Sterling waved dismissively. The police are involved, yes. But they're looking at me, as if I had something to do with his disappearance. Did you? Sterling's overly white teeth flashed in what Gumbo supposed was a smile, but resembled a shark spotting a wounded seal. Direct. I appreciate that. No, Mr. Malone, I did not make Elias Devereux disappear. That's precisely why I need you. Gumbo sipped his mojito, which was exceptional. He wondered if exceptional mojitos came with the gold yacht, or if they were an additional expense. The police think you're involved because Elias and I had a public disagreement at the Mangrove Club 3 nights before he disappeared. Some real estate matters. Nothing serious. But apparently, that's enough to make me a person of interest. He made air quotes with his fingers, which Gumbo found mildly revolting. I'll need the details of that disagreement, Gumbo said, pulling out a small notebook like he'd seen detectives do on TV. I'll provide everything. But what I need is for you to find evidence of what really happened to Elias. He has had many enemies. Much more likely suspects than me. My fee is $75 an hour plus expenses, Gumbo said, the number plucked from his morning research into what the hell do private investigators charge in Florida. Sterling laughed like Gumbo had just told a mildly amusing joke involving a priest and a rabbi. Mr. Malone, for a man of your caliber, I wouldn't dream of offering less than $250 an hour. Plus expenses, naturally. Gumbo managed not to spit out his mojito. He'd accepted the decimation of his corporate salary as inevitable, but apparently he'd underestimated the market for novice private investigators with no actual experience. That will be acceptable, he said, as though he negotiated $250 hourly rates every Tuesday. Excellent. I'll have my assistant transfer a $10,000 retainer to get you started. Now, I believe you know Detective Linda Hastings? This time, Gumbo did choke slightly on his mojito. Linda Hastings? With the Cedar Key PD. The very same. She's leading the investigation into Elias's disappearance. She mentioned you two were acquainted. Linda Hastings, his former colleague at Consolidated Dynamics Solutions, who had quit 5 years ago saying she wanted to do something that actually mattered, who had become a cop and apparently a detective, who had once witnessed Gumbo photocopying his rear end at the company Christmas party after losing a bet. That Linda Hastings. We're familiar with each other, Gumbo managed. Splendid. I've arranged for you to meet with her at 3 o'clock today. She's expecting you at the station. Gumbo drained his mojito. He was going to need another. Maybe several. Florida had many weather patterns, but today's forecast called for a high chance of humiliation with a 100% probability of regrettable life choices. Chapter 3. The Case of Elias Devereux. The Cedar Key Police Department occupied a modest, single-story building that looked like it had been designed by someone who'd once seen a police station on television, but couldn't quite remember the details. Gumbo sat in the lobby, studying a faded poster warning about the dangers of leaving children or pets in hot cars, which seemed unnecessary in a town where most residents would break your window to rescue an overheated iguana. His palms were sweating. He hadn't been this nervous since the time he'd accidentally sent the company-wide email about budget cuts to the entire staff, including the people scheduled for termination. That had been a memorable Thursday. Well, well, well. Daniel Raymond Malone, private investigator. Gumbo looked up to see Linda Hastings leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, mouth twisted in an expression that wasn't quite a smile, but wasn't quite a grimace either. It was the facial equivalent of finding something both amusing and slightly nauseating. Linda had changed since her corporate days. Gone were the sensible pantsuits and careful makeup. She now wore a detective's badge on her belt, her hair was shorter, and she carried herself with the confident posture of someone who knew 17 ways to incapacitate a grown man with just her thumbs. "Linda," Gumbo nodded, rising to his feet. "It's been a while. 5 years, 2 months. Long enough for you to go from regional operations director to," she gestured vaguely at him, "whatever this is." "Private investigator," he corrected. "Yeah, I got your text. Linda, guess who's a pie now with that little magnifying glass emoji? Very professional." Gumbo winced. The mojitos on Sterling's yacht had given him a temporary confidence that had evaporated somewhere between the marina and the police station. "My office," Linda said, turning without checking if he was following. Her office was a cubicle with half walls that had been optimistically labeled Office of Detective L. Hastings on a nameplate that looked suspiciously homemade. A desk fan stirred papers weighted down by a coffee mug reading, "I can't fix stupid, but I can arrest it." "So you're working for Rufus Sterling now," Linda said, dropping into her chair. "That didn't take long." "I'm investigating Elias Devereux's disappearance," Gumbo said, trying to sound professional. "Mr. Sterling is concerned about being unfairly targeted as a suspect." Linda barked a laugh that contained no actual humor. "Unfairly?" The man threatened to make Devereux disappear in front of 24 witnesses at the Mangrove Club. 3 days later, poof. Devereux vanishes like my will to live during budget meetings at Consolidated. "People say things they don't mean when they're angry," Gumbo offered. "People like you, maybe. People like Sterling hire other people to do the things they're too important to do themselves." Gumbo pulled out his notebook again, uncapping his pen with exaggerated professionalism. "What can you tell me about Devereux?" Linda studied him for a long moment. "Why are you really doing this, Gumbo? Last I heard, you were set for life with that corporate golden parachute." The question caught him off guard. He'd prepared for mockery, not genuine curiosity. "Restructuring," he said finally. "They decided my position was redundant." "Shit. After 27 years? 28, he corrected. "Apparently excellence and loyalty don't count for much when some MBA decides they can save money by having one person do 3 jobs. Linda nodded slowly. "So this pie thing is a way to supplement my retirement and maintain some dignity," Gumbo finished. "And possibly avoid becoming the old guy who talks to pelicans all day. You always were talking to yourself in that corner office. Those were strategy monologues. That's what all the crazy people call it." But she was almost smiling now. The real Linda, not Detective Hastings. She sighed, pushing a file folder across the desk. "Here's what we have on Devereux. Officially, it's an open missing persons case. Unofficially, we're treating it as a potential homicide." Gumbo flipped open the folder. Staring back at him was the DMV photo of a thin-faced man with receding sandy hair and the smug expression of someone who believed rules were optional suggestions for lesser mortals. Elias Devereux, age 52. Real estate developer specializing in luxury eco-friendly communities, whatever the hell that means. In practice, it means cramming as many McMansions as possible onto former wetlands, while leaving one sad little preserve area he can name after himself. Gumbo scanned the file. Says here, he's also an orchid collector. More like an orchid obsessive. His greenhouse contains specimens worth more than my annual salary. That's partly why we're suspicious. He disappeared, but his wallet, phone, and car were left at his house. And most telling, his prized ghost orchid collection is missing. Ghost orchids? Rare Florida native orchids. Nearly impossible to cultivate. Extremely valuable on the black market. So you think someone killed him for his flowers? Gumbo couldn't keep the incredulity from his voice. Welcome to Florida, Linda said dryly. People here have been murdered for their fishing spots. Gumbo continued reading. It says you found blood on his greenhouse floor. Small amount. Not enough to indicate death, but enough to suggest a struggle. We're waiting on DNA results. And Sterling's connection? Linda closed the file with a decisive snap. Beyond the public threat. They were partners in the Heron Bay development. Sterling provided financing. Devereux handled permits and construction. Word is, they had a falling out over environmental assessments. Devereux wanted to scale back after finding some protected species on the property. Sterling wasn't happy about the delay. Unhappy enough to commit murder. People have killed for less than the millions he stood to lose. Linda leaned forward. Look, Gumbo, I'm telling you this because we used to be friends. Sterling is bad news. Be careful. Gumbo nodded, unexpectedly touched by her concern. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to find the truth. The truth? Linda snorted. In Florida? Good luck with that. This state is where truth comes to get sunburned and pass out drunk on the beach. As he stood to leave, Linda added one more thing. Devereux's property backs up to Palmetto Swamp. If you're planning to look around, take a guide. 3 tourists got lost there last month. We found them 2 days later, sunburned and delirious, trying to befriend an alligator they'd named Senator Johnson. Gumbo tucked away his notebook. I'll keep that in mind. And Gumbo? Linda called as he reached the door. That blazer makes you look like a timeshare salesman with a drinking problem. Some things never changed. Chapter 4. A Shady Alibi. Pause and Relax Luxury Pet Retreat wasn't just a kennel. It was a monument to the peculiar insanity that allowed people to spend more on their pets' vacations than most countries budgeted for education. Gumbo stood in the marble-floored reception area, staring at a sign advertising pedicures for $95, and wondering if he'd chosen the wrong career path entirely. Welcome to Pause and Relax, where every pet is a VIP. Very important pet, chirped a receptionist whose name tag read Tiffany with an I. Her smile contained more wattage than the average lighthouse. Do you have an appointment for your fur baby? I don't have a fur baby, Gumbo said, the words feeling ridiculous in his mouth. I have a goldfish named Steve who's perfectly content with flakes. I'm here to see Vanessa LaRue. Tiffany's smile dimmed about 30 watts. Ms. LaRue is very busy with our canine chakra alignment session. Do you have an appointment? Gumbo pulled out one of his business cards, sliding it across the pristine counter. Tell her Daniel Malone is here, regarding Rufus Sterling. It's important. The receptionist picked up the card between 2 manicured fingernails as if it might be radioactive. She disappeared through a door marked, Pampered Pets Only Beyond This Point, leaving Gumbo to contemplate a wall-sized aquarium where fish that probably cost more than his monthly rent swam with the entitled leisure of trust fund babies. She'll see you in the Serenity Solarium, Tiffany announced upon returning. Follow the paw prints. Literal paw prints were embedded in the floor, leading Gumbo down a hallway where the sound of New Age music mingled with occasional barks. He passed rooms labeled Massage Oasis and Fur Styling Studio before reaching the Serenity Solarium, which turned out to be a glass-enclosed garden where small dogs wearing what appeared to be yoga mats as wraps lounged on miniature daybeds. In the center, a woman in her 40s with aggressively styled blonde hair was placing cucumber slices over the eyes of a poodle. The dog seemed either deeply relaxed or possibly comatose. "Mr. Malone," she said without looking up, "I understand you're working for Rufus." "Ms. LaRue," Gumbo confirmed, negotiating his way around a chihuahua receiving what appeared to be a hot stone treatment. "Vanessa, please." She finished with the poodle and stood, revealing herself to be statuesque in heels that seemed impractical for someone who worked with animals. "I'm in the middle of our cucumber cool-down session, but I can spare 5 minutes." "I appreciate that. I'm investigating Elias Devereux's disappearance." "Guilty as charged," squawked a voice from above. Gumbo looked up to see a large white cockatoo in an elaborate cage suspended from the ceiling. "Guilty as charged." Vanessa shot an irritated glance at the bird. "Ignore Winston. He picks up phrases from crime shows. I fall asleep watching Law and Order and wake up to a bird who thinks he's Jack McCoy." "Objection." Winston contributed helpfully. "About Mr. Sterling," Gumbo pressed on. "I understand you were with him the night Elias Devereux disappeared." Vanessa gestured toward a bamboo bench beside a small fountain shaped like a peeing cherub, a design choice Gumbo found both confusing and disturbing. "Rufus and I had dinner at Pelican Point, then came back here to check on a St. Bernard with anxiety issues. We were together from 7 p.m. until about midnight. The police report says Devereux likely disappeared between 8 and 11 p.m. Then Rufus couldn't have been involved, could he?" She pulled a small spray bottle from her pocket and misted a nearby fern with practiced nonchalance. "I told this to that detective woman." She didn't seem impressed. Detective Hastings tends to require more than someone's word. "I have security footage." Vanessa's perfectly sculpted eyebrows arched slightly. "This place has cameras everywhere. Insurance requirement when you're caring for pets, worth more than some people's children." That seemed like a problematic value system, but Gumbo wasn't here to debate ethics. "I'd like to see that footage." "Of course." She checked her watch, which featured a band that appeared to be made from some exotic animal skin Gumbo preferred not to identify. "I can have my assistant pull it up after the cool-down session." "Another 10 minutes. I'll wait. Feel free to enjoy our hydration station." She gestured to a table with infused water dispensers labeled Cucumber Refresh, Berry Bliss, and Revitalizing Citrus. Gumbo helped himself to the cucumber water, which tasted exactly like water that had been in the same room as a cucumber while having an interesting conversation about mutual acquaintances. As Vanessa returned to her canine clients, Gumbo studied her. She moved with the precision of someone who'd spent considerable time thinking about how they appeared to others. Everything, from her crisp linen pantsuit to her carefully tousled hair, seemed calculated to project affluent efficiency. "The lady lies," Winston announced suddenly, fixing Gumbo with a beady eye. "Excuse me?" Gumbo looked up at the cockatoo. "The lady lies. The lady lies." Winston bobbed his head rhythmically. "Is he talking about you or Vanessa?" Gumbo murmured to himself. "Order in the court," Winston responded. 10 minutes later, Gumbo found himself in a small security room where a young man with impressive facial hair operated a computer system that seemed excessive for monitoring pampered pets. "Here's the night in question," Vanessa said, pointing to a screen showing the pause and relax reception area. The timestamp read, 7:52 p.m. "You can see Rufus and me returning from dinner." Sure enough, Sterling and Vanessa appeared on screen, entering through the front door. The footage followed them through various areas of the facility, checking on kennels, entering an office, finally leaving together at 11:47 p.m. "As you can see, we were here the entire time when poor Elias went missing," Vanessa concluded. "Rufus couldn't possibly have been involved." The alibi seemed solid. "Too solid," a voice in Gumbo's head whispered. His corporate instincts, honed through years of detecting bullshit in quarterly reports, were tingling. Something wasn't right. Do you mind if I review it again? He asked. I just want to be thorough. Of course, Vanessa said smoothly. Jared will help you. I need to get back to my clients. We have an emotional support alligator coming in for his weekly massage, and he gets snippy if kept waiting. After she left, Gumbo turned to Jared. Emotional support alligator. 6-foot American alligator named Beauregard. Belongs to old Mr. Winchell. Doctor's note and everything. Jared shrugged as if this were perfectly normal. You get used to it. Does Vanessa often work late? Gumbo asked, eyes fixed on the security footage. Every Tuesday and Thursday. She handles the exotic pet clients personally. Gumbo nodded thoughtfully, watching the footage again. This time, he noticed something. At 9:17 p.m., Vanessa entered what appeared to be a spa room carrying towels. At 9:42, she emerged, wearing slightly different shoes. Can you zoom in here? He asked Jared, pointing to Vanessa's feet. Jared enhanced the image. Before entering the room, Vanessa wore beige heels. After exiting, they were a slightly darker shade. Does she keep spare shoes here? Ms. LaRue has a full wardrobe in her office, Jared confirmed. Says client accidents are an occupational hazard. Reasonable explanation. But why change just your shoes during a supposed emergency? And why shoes so similar most people wouldn't notice the switch? Gumbo thanked Jared and left Pause and Relax with a business card for positive energy crystal therapy that Tiffany had insisted he take. The sun was setting over Cedar Key as he climbed into his aging Jeep Cherokee, his mind turning over the tiny detail of the shoes. His instincts told him Vanessa LaRue was lying about something. Maybe not everything, but something. As he started the engine, his phone buzzed with a text from Linda, running DNA on blood from greenhouse. Results tomorrow. Don't do anything stupid. Too late for that, he thought. He'd already accepted a case from a man with a gold yacht, interviewed a woman who gave cucumber facials to poodles, and had a conversation with a bird who watched too much legal television. Stupid was now his business model. Chapter 5: An Unexpected Twist. Gumbo slumped in the driver's seat of his Jeep Cherokee, staring at the security footage stills he'd convinced Jared to email him. Something wasn't adding up, and it wasn't just his retirement account. The shoe discrepancy nagged at him like a hangnail, small but impossible to ignore once you noticed it. He zoomed in on his phone, squinting at the timestamp. 9:17 p.m. Vanessa enters the spa room with beige heels. 9:42 p.m. she exits with slightly darker ones. 25 minutes during which Elias Devereux could have been transitioning from missing person to probable homicide. What were you doing, Ms. LaRue? He muttered, tapping the screen with a fingernail that needed trimming. His corporate grooming standards had relaxed considerably since his new career path had begun approximately 72 hours ago. The Pause and Relax parking lot was emptying as the sun descended with the dramatic flare Florida sunsets specialized in. All orange and pink theatrics, like the sky was auditioning for a tourism brochure. Only 3 cars remained. A BMW with a "My Fur Baby is Smarter Than Your Honor Student" bumper sticker, Vanessa's Mercedes convertible, and a pickup truck with oversized tires that Gumbo assumed belonged to Jared, given the beard growers do it fuller decal. Gumbo's phone buzzed. Linda, you still at the pet spa? He texted back, stakeout. Very professional. I have snacks. The snacks were half a package of stale Cheez-Its he'd found in his glove compartment. He'd eaten worse during his corporate days. The quarterly budget meetings alone had driven him to consume things from the break room vending machine that probably violated several FDA regulations. Linda replied, seaweed wrap for the poodle checks out. Owner confirms appointment with LaRue. But something else interesting. Devereux had a life insurance policy. Guess who's the beneficiary? Gumbo straightened. Sterling? Not even close. It's our Florida Wildlife Foundation. Devereaux was leaving his money to save the wetlands his buddy Sterling wanted to develop. Well, that was a plot twist worthy of one of those crime shows Winston the Cockatoo enjoyed. Gumbo was considering the implications when movement caught his eye. Vanessa was exiting the back door of Pause and Relax, looking furtively over her shoulder. She wasn't wearing her linen pantsuit anymore but black yoga pants and a dark hoodie, the universal costume for suspicious nighttime activities since the dawn of suspicious nighttime activities. "Hello, hello," Gumbo murmured, slouching lower in his seat as she hurried to her Mercedes. "Where are we going at this hour?" He waited until she pulled out of the lot before starting his Jeep, leaving the headlights off until he reached the main road. Years of following insubordinate regional sales managers to unauthorized extended lunch breaks had prepared him for basic surveillance, if nothing else. Vanessa drove southwest toward the coast, away from the upscale neighborhoods where Gumbo expected someone with her apparent income to live. 20 minutes later, she turned down a narrow road lined with scrub palms and weather-beaten signs warning about private property and alligators, the Florida equivalent of guard dogs. Gumbo killed his headlights and coasted to a stop, waiting as Vanessa's taillights disappeared around a bend. He grabbed his phone, 93% battery, not ideal for someone potentially about to be murdered in the wilderness, and a small flashlight that had been part of a corporate team-building survival exercise. The exercise had mainly taught him that most of his colleagues would be useless in an actual survival situation, but the flashlight was decent. The air hung thick with humidity, and the organic decay smell that characterized Florida's natural areas, that swampy cocktail of rotting vegetation, brackish water, and prehistoric reptilian musk. Mosquitoes immediately recognized fresh meat and swarmed accordingly. Gumbo swatted futilely as he crept along the rutted dirt road, guided by the distant glow of what he assumed was Vanessa's car. The road opened to a clearing, where an old stilt house loomed against the darkening sky. The structure had the weathered look of something that had survived multiple hurricanes through sheer stubbornness, perched on wooden legs above a marshy area like a long-legged shore bird. Vanessa's Mercedes was parked beside a familiar-looking pickup truck with a Gator World bumper sticker. "Well, well," Gumbo whispered, ducking behind a palmetto bush as Vanessa climbed the wooden stairs to the house's screen porch. "What have we here?" Light spilled from inside as someone opened the door. Vanessa disappeared inside, but not before Gumbo glimpsed the silhouette of a man. A man with the distinctive shape of Rufus Sterling. So much for the perfect alibi. Gumbo crept closer, finding a position beneath the stilted house where he could hear voices from the open windows above. The mosquitoes found this spot equally appealing, and he resigned himself to looking like he had chicken pox tomorrow. "Security footage is perfect," Sterling was saying, his voice carrying in the still night air. "No one will question it." "That pie was asking about it today," Vanessa replied, her tone sharper than the cucumber water-serving persona she'd presented earlier. Something felt off. What could he possibly notice? "We spent months planning this." He asked to see it twice. And he had Jared zooming in on details. Jared is an idiot who thinks beard oil constitutes a personality. He wouldn't notice anything. Gumbo reached for his phone to record the conversation, shifting his weight to avoid a particularly aggressive mosquito targeting his left ear. His foot came down on something that crunched loudly in the otherwise silent night. The voices above stopped abruptly. "What was that?" Sterling demanded. "Probably a raccoon," Vanessa said, but her voice had gone tense. Gumbo froze, hardly daring to breathe. Slowly, he looked down to see what he'd stepped on. It wasn't a twig, as he'd assumed. It was a brittle, dried stem with the remnants of what looked like a delicate white flower. An orchid. A ghost orchid, if he had to guess, based on Linda's description. "Check outside," Sterling ordered. Gumbo's heart hammered as footsteps crossed the floor above. He pressed himself against one of the support pillars, praying that Florida's reputation for lethal wildlife wouldn't be confirmed by an alligator choosing this moment to investigate the commotion. A flashlight beam swept the ground around the house. Vanessa's face appeared at the railing above, peering into the darkness. For one terrifying moment, the beam passed directly over Gumbo's hiding spot, then continued on. He held his breath, counting seconds that felt like hours. "Nothing," Vanessa finally reported. "Just night creatures." The conversation resumed, but more quietly now, forcing Gumbo to strain to hear. He caught fragments about insurance money and environmental trust, and something about relocating specimens before Sterling mentioned Elias Devereux by name. "Once they find his body in that sinkhole, the development proceeds as planned," Sterling said. "The insurance money goes to the foundation, which, thanks to our arrangements, will use it to purchase the alternative conservation land we're offering at 3 times its value." "And the orchids?" Vanessa asked. "Already listed on overseas auction sites. Collectors in Asia are bidding 6 figures. Gumbo had heard enough. He needed to get this information to Linda immediately. Carefully, he began inching backward, away from the house. His elbow brushed against something cool and rough. Something that moved. He turned his head slowly to find himself face to snout with an alligator. Not a large one by Florida standards, perhaps 5 feet long, but more than adequate to ruin what was already a questionable career decision. The alligator hissed softly. Gumbo did the only logical thing. He bolted, dignity and stealth abandoned in favor of not becoming reptile food. His feet pounded the dirt road as shouts erupted from the house behind him. A flashlight beam bounced wildly in his wake. He didn't look back to see if it was Sterling, Vanessa, or the alligator in pursuit. Some days, Florida really did seem like the worst possible place to start a new career. Chapter 6: Unraveling a Web of Deceit. The municipal building of Cedar Key resembled a jilted lover who'd given up trying, weathered, resigned, and perpetually damp. Gumbo pulled into the parking lot, narrowly avoiding a puddle deep enough to have its own ecosystem. According to the fading sign out front, this architectural disappointment housed not only the Department of Building and Zoning, but also the tax collector, a satellite DMV office, and for reasons Gumbo couldn't fathom, the state's smallest museum of seashell art. "One-stop shopping for bureaucratic aggravation," he muttered, checking his reflection in the rearview mirror. 3 days into his investigation, and he'd at least upgraded from unemployed executive to marginally professional-looking pie in appearance. The Panama hat was his personal touch. Florida PIs needed hats. It was practically a law. Inside, the air conditioning worked with the grim determination of a minimum wage employee, counting the minutes until retirement. Gumbo followed the peeling floor arrows to records in public documents, where a woman with cat-eye glasses and hair that defied both gravity and fashion trends guarded a counter. "Help you?" she asked without looking up from her crossword puzzle. "I need to see the permit applications and environmental impact statements for the Heron Bay development," Gumbo said, sliding his pie license across the counter with what he hoped was nonchalant authority. The woman, her nameplate read Gladys Pinkerton, Records Supervisor, 1987 present, regarded his license with the same enthusiasm most people reserve for finding mold in their refrigerator. Public records request forms are online. Processing takes 2 to 4 weeks. "I was hoping for something a bit more immediate," Gumbo said, leaning in conspiratorially. "It's for an active investigation." "So's my crossword puzzle. 7 letters, Florida official most likely to be indicted." She glanced up. "Oh wait, that's all of them." Gumbo reached for his wallet, having learned that in Florida, bureaucracy moved at 2 speeds, glacial and greased. He extracted 2 $50 bills. "I'd appreciate any assistance you could provide today, Miss Pinkerton." Gladys' eyes narrowed, but her hand snaked out with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been expediting requests since the Reagan administration. The money vanished. Terminal 3. Password is Flamingo 1234. Print limit is 50 pages. I'm getting coffee for exactly 27 minutes. As she shuffled away, Gumbo settled at the ancient computer terminal, which hummed like it might achieve sentience any minute. The database was as user-friendly as a territorial alligator, but he eventually located the Heron Bay files. What he found made his investigative instincts tingle like the onset of a Florida thunderstorm. The original environmental assessment, filed by Elias Devereux's company, identified minimal wetland impact and no endangered species on the proposed development site. But an amendment filed just 2 weeks before Devereux's disappearance told a different story. Extensive revisions recommending a 40% reduction in buildable lots due to the discovery of a habitat for the Florida bonneted bat, one of the rarest mammals in North America. More interesting was the name on the amendment filing. Not Devereux, but an environmental consultant named Dr. Abigail Winters. Digging deeper, Gumbo found a series of increasingly hostile emails between Devereux and Sterling regarding the amended assessment. Sterling, this bat nonsense will cost us millions. Make it go away. Devereux, the bats are there, Rufus. We can't just ignore federal protection laws. Sterling, you found ways around the mangrove restrictions at Palm Harbor. Do the same here. Devereux's final email sent chills down Gumbo's spine. I've made too many compromises already. Some things are worth more than money. We need to talk in person. That email was dated 1 day before their public argument at the Mangrove Club. Gumbo printed everything, then searched for Gator World, which the outline had mentioned. He found a proposal filed 6 months earlier for an immersive reptilian tourism experience to be built on land adjacent to Heron Bay, land that was now apparently bat habitat. The proposal listed Sterling Developments as the primary investor. Gladys returned exactly 27 minutes later, carrying a coffee mug emblazoned with "World's Okayest Government Employee." "Find what you needed?" she asked with performative disinterest. "Getting there," Gumbo said. "One more thing. Does the name Dr. Abigail Winters mean anything to you?" Something flashed across Gladys' face, recognition, followed quickly by wariness. Environmental scientist. Works for the state. Why? Just a name that came up. Do you know how I could reach her? Gladys snorted. Good luck with that. She's been on sabbatical for 3 weeks. Right after she filed some controversial findings that pissed off half the developers in the county. 3 weeks. Right around when Devereux disappeared. Gumbo's internal alarm bells were now ringing at hurricane warning levels. Any idea where she went on this sabbatical? Didn't say. But her field station's out on Otter Creek Road. Might start there. Gladys squinted at him. You don't look like the developer type. I'm not, Gumbo assured her. I'm more interested in finding out what happened to Elias Devereux. Gladys leaned forward, dropping her voice. Between you and me, that man was fixing to make powerful enemies. Started talking about ethical development and environmental legacy. You don't get rich in Florida real estate with that attitude. You think his change of heart got him killed? She shrugged. Wouldn't be the first time somebody in this state died of sudden principles. She tapped a finger on one of the documents he'd printed. See this signature? Commissioner Bradford. Approved every development that crossed his desk for 15 years, then suddenly started asking questions last month. Had a boating accident 2 weeks ago. And you think it wasn't an accident? Gladys gave him a pitying look. Honey, this is Florida. We have alligators, hurricanes, sinkholes, and mosquitoes the size of small aircraft. Accident is just what we call murder when the check clears. Gumbo gathered his printouts, thanking Gladys with a nod that acknowledged their unspoken understanding. As he headed for the door, she called after him. "Mr. Malone, those fancy pants developers aren't just building houses on fragile ecosystems." She pointed to a map on the wall, showing Cedar Key and the surrounding area. "They're building on corrupt foundations. The soil testing for Heron Bay. Complete fiction. That land's got more limestone cavities than a discount denture clinic." "You mean sinkholes?" "Potential ones waiting to happen. But the reports all say it's stable. Miraculous, considering half the testing was done from Sterling's yacht with a cooler of mojitos." She lowered her voice further. "Devereux knew. Started commissioning new tests in secret. That's when the trouble really started." Outside in the parking lot, Gumbo called Linda. "I need everything you have on a Dr. Abigail Winters," he said when she answered. "Environmental scientist. Mysteriously on sabbatical, right when Devereux disappears." "Well, hello to you too, sunshine," Linda replied dryly. "And here I thought you might be calling to invite me for coffee and reminisce about the good old days of corporate backstabbing." "Those weren't the good old days. Those were the wondering how I ended up in this soulless career days. Yet here you are, neck deep in a potentially murderous real estate conspiracy. Moving up in the world, Gumbo." He ignored the jab. "Winters, Linda. It's important." "Fine. I'll see what I can find. But you're buying me lunch. The fancy place with those conch fritters you used to rave about at company picnics." "Deal." Gumbo climbed into his Jeep. "And Linda? Check if Commissioner Bradford's boating accident was investigated thoroughly. I'm starting to think we're looking at more than one suspicious death here." "Jesus, Gumbo," Linda sighed. "When I told you to find a hobby in retirement, this isn't what I meant." As Gumbo pulled away from the municipal building, he caught sight of a black SUV with tinted windows at the edge of the parking lot. It hadn't been there when he arrived. The driver was watching him through binoculars, not even pretending to be subtle. Florida subtlety, about as nuanced as a flamingo in a penguin colony. He had the feeling he'd just stirred up something murky in the swamp of Cedar Key politics. And in Florida's swamps, disturbing the surface often brought predators to the surface, hungry and irritable. Chapter 7. A Business Partner's Secrets. Gumbo's Jeep Cherokee spluttered to a halt in front of Marvin Wentworth's vacation home, a coral-colored Mediterranean monstrosity that screamed, "I have more money than taste," in the architectural equivalent of all caps. The place sat on a finger canal that would have been picturesque if not for the jet skis abandoned on the lawn like beached mechanical dolphins. "This is definitely not what they show in the brochures," Gumbo muttered, climbing out of his vehicle and immediately regretting his choice of long pants in the afternoon humidity. Marvin Wentworth was Devereux's business partner from Michigan, a fact Gumbo had gleaned from Sterling's reluctantly shared files. The man had invested heavily in several of Devereux's developments, including the contested mangrove property that Linda had mentioned. According to the paperwork, Wentworth owned 30% of the project, which meant he had approximately 1,000,000 reasons to be upset about Devereux's disappearance. Gumbo rang the doorbell, which played an off-key rendition of Margaritaville that would have made Jimmy Buffett file for copyright infringement. The door swung open to reveal a man whose skin tone could only be described as dangerous lobster, a shade of red that dermatologists probably used in medical textbooks as a warning. He wore cargo shorts that stopped just above his knees, a Tommy Bahama shirt unbuttoned to reveal a gold chain nestled in a thicket of chest hair, and most offensively, white socks pulled up to mid-calf with leather sandals. "You the detective?" Marvin's accent had the nasal quality unique to those raised within smelling distance of the Great Lakes. "Private investigator," Gumbo corrected automatically. "Danny Malone." "Well, don't just stand there melting." The air conditioning's cranked to 68, and I'm paying for it regardless. The interior of Marvin's home looked like someone had given a blank check to a designer whose only instruction was, make it scream Florida. Rattan furniture, shell-shaped lamps, a coffee table fashioned from what appeared to be a ship's wheel, and everywhere, in every possible nook, ceramic pelicans. Dozens of them, staring with their dead eyes. Nice place, Gumbo lied. It's a tax write-off, Marvin replied, shuffling to a leather recliner that faced a television the size of a compact car. I'm down here, maybe 4 weeks a year, but my accountant says that's enough to deduct the whole shebang. He gestured vaguely to an adjacent chair. Have a seat. Want a beer? Got a mini fridge right here so I don't miss the game during bathroom breaks. I'm fine, thanks. I'm here about Elias Devereux. Marvin's sunburned face clouded. Shame about Elias. Real shame. You working for his family or something? I'm looking into his disappearance for an interested party. Sterling sent you, Marvin said flatly. That gold-plated jackass thinks I know something. Gumbo didn't confirm or deny. I understand you and Devereux were partners on several developments. Look, I'm just the money guy. Elias had the connections, the permits, the know-how. I write checks, he builds things, we both make money. Marvin reached into the mini fridge and extracted a beer for himself, popping the top with practiced efficiency. Or that was the arrangement, until he went all tree hugger on me. What do you mean? Marvin took a long pull from his beer. The mangrove property. Paradise Point. Prime real estate, 20 acres with water access. We were going to build 14 luxury homes, starting price $3 million each. Then Elias starts dragging his feet. Environmental concerns? Key deer, Marvin spat the words like they tasted bad. Apparently, there's a colony of the little rats living in the mangroves. Protected species. He made air quotes around protected, a gesture Gumbo was beginning to associate with people who found laws inconvenient. So the development was stalled. Worse, Elias wanted to scale back to 8 homes and dedicate the rest as a nature preserve. Said it was the right thing to do. Marvin shook his head. Right thing for who? Those deer don't pay property taxes. Must have been frustrating, Gumbo offered, watching Marvin's face. Damn right it was frustrating. We're talking millions in lost revenue. And here's the kicker. 2 days before he vanishes, Elias tells me he's having second thoughts about the whole project. Said he was considering donating the land to a conservation trust. That was interesting. How did Sterling react to that? Marvin barked a laugh that contained no actual humor. How do you think? Sterling was already on Elias's case about the scaled-back plan. If the whole project tanked, Sterling would have been out, what, 15 million? 20? Enough to make someone disappear? I didn't say that. Marvin's sunburn seemed to deepen. What I'm saying is, Elias was making enemies fast. Not just Sterling, either. There's the contractors who were promised work, the real estate agents with buyers lined up, the local politicians who approved the zoning changes. Speaking of politicians, Gumbo shifted tactics. I heard rumors about illegal relocations of wildlife. Know anything about that? The beer can in Marvin's hand crinkled slightly as his grip tightened. What are you talking about? Word is that Devereux was moving key deer under cover of darkness, clearing the property without the environmental agencies knowing. That's ridiculous, Marvin sputtered, but his eyes darted to the left, the universal tell for a lie in progress. Is it? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like the perfect solution to your problem. No deer, no protected status. Development proceeds as planned. Marvin set down his beer with exaggerated care. Listen, Malone. I'm a businessman from Detroit. I know how the world works. Sometimes problems need to disappear. But I had nothing to do with Elias vanishing. The deer relocations? Marvin's shoulders slumped. That was Elias's idea, if you can believe it. Said he was saving them. Had some wildlife sanctuary lined up in the middle of nowhere. Key deer aren't adapted to live in the Everglades, but try telling Elias that. Man went from cutthroat developer to Disney princess overnight. When was the last time you saw him? Tuesday last week. He called me over to show me something important. Thought he was finally coming to his senses about the development. And was he? No. The crazy bastard showed me night vision footage of the deer being loaded into climate-controlled trailers. Said we had visual confirmation of successful extraction. Marvin shook his head. He was talking like he was running some kind of deer special ops. Did he say where they were being taken? Some place called Orchid Hammock. Which sounds made up, if you ask me. Gumbo made a note. Orchid Hammock. Like the missing ghost orchids from Devereux's collection. And Sterling? Did he know about this? No idea. Elias was being squirrely, making me promise not to tell anyone. Said there were powerful interests who wouldn't approve. Marvin finished his beer and crushed the can with more force than necessary. Look, I didn't like the new eco-friendly Elias. Bad for business. But I didn't make him disappear. As Gumbo drove away from Marvin's Florida fever dream of a house, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something obvious. Devereux had been secretly relocating endangered key deer. His prized ghost orchids were missing. And somewhere called Orchid Hammock was involved. The pieces were there, but the picture remained frustratingly unclear. Like trying to complete a jigsaw puzzle while wearing oven mitts. One thing was certain. Elias Devereux had been up to something more complicated than a simple change of environmental heart. And whatever it was, it had made someone angry enough to make him disappear. Gumbo turned his jeep toward the local library. If Orchid Hammock was a real place, he needed to find it. Before someone else did. Chapter 8, Dark Connections. Gumbo peered through the grimy window of Unit 17C at Sunshine Self-Storage, a facility that embodied neither sunshine nor proper storage. The padlock he'd just picked dangled from his fingers like incriminating evidence. Breaking and entering hadn't been covered in his online pie course, but neither had investigating potential murder, so he was improvising. The storage unit door groaned open, with the reluctance of someone being asked to work overtime without pay. Gumbo flicked on his flashlight, illuminating a space that smelled of mildew, forgotten ambitions, and something vaguely reptilian. "Sweet mother of," he whispered as the beam swept across dozens of empty glass terrariums stacked against the far wall. Nearby, a folding table held heat lamps, special feeding equipment, and a logbook that looked suspiciously like a drug dealer's accounting system, except it tracked pythons instead of powder. He'd uncovered this location after 3 days of methodically tracing Devereux's financial breadcrumbs, an unexpected application of his corporate auditing skills. A series of payments to Everglades Equipment Supply had drawn his attention, particularly when that company's address turned out to be a vacant lot where 2 alligators were sunning themselves on a pile of construction debris. Further digging had revealed the storage unit, leased under the name ED. Conservation, which Gumbo was fairly certain didn't stand for erectile dysfunction conservation, despite what Linda had suggested when he'd texted her the discovery. The unit contained no actual animals, just the infrastructure for housing them temporarily. Documentation scattered across a makeshift desk told the real story. Import certificates with obviously forged signatures, veterinary inspection forms from non-existent clinics, and shipping manifests for decorative houseplants with suspiciously high insurance values. Gumbo photographed everything meticulously with his phone. His ex-wife had always criticized his obsession with documenting everything. "Do you really need 17 pictures of that sunset, Danny?" But now his compulsion served a purpose. Evidence gathering, the socially acceptable version of his need to capture every detail. As he sifted through papers, the outlines of Devereux's operation emerged with disturbing clarity. The man wasn't just dabbling in exotic pet smuggling. He was running a sophisticated operation that moved rare specimens from South America and Southeast Asia through Florida and into the collections of wealthy buyers across the country. "Bingo," Gumbo murmured, discovering a leather-bound ledger hidden beneath a stack of heat lamp boxes. Inside were client names, species purchased, and payments received. The handwriting was meticulous, almost artistic, the same flowing script he'd seen on the orchid labels in Devereux's greenhouse. This was definitely Elias's operation. He nearly missed the other notebook, a thin moleskin wedged between plastic feeding trays. This one contained different information: names of game wardens, wildlife officers, customs officials. Next to each, notations of amounts, dates, and cryptic symbols. Gumbo recognized a payoff ledger when he saw one. He'd once uncovered a similar scheme involving a shipping manager and lost inventory at Consolidated Dynamics. "Jesus, Elias," Gumbo whispered, flipping through pages documenting 5 years of bribes and payoffs. "You weren't just breaking laws, you were buying the people enforcing them." The last page made him pause. A single entry from 3 weeks ago. R.S. refused arrangement, potential problem. R.S. Rufus Sterling. Had Sterling refused to participate in something illegal? That contradicted everything Gumbo had assumed about the man with the gold yacht and 2 white teeth. His phone buzzed with a text from Linda. "Where are you?" Forensics came back. "Blood in greenhouse matches Devereux. Call me." Gumbo started photographing faster, pulse quickening. Blood confirmed. This was no longer just a missing person case. He was standing in a dead man's criminal enterprise. A noise outside froze him mid-motion. Footsteps crunching on gravel. Then voices, a man and a woman, speaking quietly but moving closer. "Told you he'd find it eventually." The old man wasn't exactly subtle. "Should have cleaned this out weeks ago. Sterling's going to have our asses." "Sterling?" Gumbo's mind raced. The voices didn't sound like Sterling and Vanessa, but clearly they were connected. He quickly gathered the most incriminating documents, shoving them into his messenger bag. A Christmas gift from his daughter that had the dual virtues of being both practical and suggesting he might be cool enough to still connect with 20-somethings. The footsteps stopped outside the unit. A key rattled in the padlock, which was currently in Gumbo's pocket. With the practiced quiet of a man who'd spent decades sneaking snacks past his ex-wife's healthy-eating-only kitchen policy, Gumbo slipped behind a stack of large terrariums. His knees protested the awkward crouch, reminding him that 55 was technically young only when compared to actual fossils. "What the hell?" "Someone broke in," the male voice said. "Check inside," the woman responded. "See if they took the books." Gumbo heard the unit's door roll fully open, flashlight beams dancing across the space. His hiding spot would be discovered in seconds. He needed a distraction. With a silent apology to his daughter for sacrificing her gift, Gumbo pulled out his phone, turned the volume to maximum, and tossed his messenger bag toward the far corner of the unit. As it landed with a satisfying thud, he hit the call button on Linda's contact. The phone inside the bag began blaring, "Sweet Home Alabama," his ringtone for Linda, an inside joke from their corporate days and her brief, regrettable marriage to an Alabama native who collected taxidermied squirrels. "What the?" The flashlight beam swung toward the sound. Using their momentary distraction, Gumbo bolted for the door, slamming into a surprised man in a polo shirt and khakis who looked more like a golf pro than a criminal. They both went down in an ungraceful tangle of limbs, Gumbo's elbow connecting with something that elicited a satisfying yelp. The woman, young, athletic, wearing expensive athleisure, lunged for him, but Gumbo had already rolled to his feet with surprising agility. Those mandatory corporate wellness classes had finally paid off. though probably not in the way HR had intended. "Hey!" she shouted as Gumbo sprinted across the gravel lot toward his jeep. A gunshot cracked through the evening air, the bullet pinging off a metal storage door to his left. Gumbo ran faster than he had since his 40s, fumbling for his keys while zigzagging between parked cars. He reached his jeep, dove inside, and peeled out of the lot in a spray of gravel, his tires screeching in protest. In his rearview mirror, he could see the woman aiming her weapon again before the man pulled her arm down. Gumbo's hands shook as he drove, adrenaline mixing with the startling realization that people were shooting at him. Not metaphorically, as they had in budget meetings, but with actual bullets that made actual holes in actual bodies. His messenger bag with the evidence was back in the storage unit. His phone was gone. But he had the photos, assuming he lived long enough to share them with Linda. And he had something else. Confirmation that Elias Devereaux's disappearance wasn't just about a real estate dispute. It was about a smuggling operation. An operation that someone had killed to keep secret. And somehow, Rufus Sterling, the man who'd hired him, was connected to it all. Chapter 9. A Suspected Accomplice. The glass door of Pause and Relax swung open with the gentle whoosh of expensive hydraulics. Gumbo stepped inside for the second time that week, this time with purpose rather than confusion. The marble floors still gleamed like the surface of a frozen lake, but today he wasn't distracted by the opulence. He had questions that needed answers. Welcome back to Pause and Relax, where oh, it's you again. Tiffany's megawatt smile dimmed to energy-saving mode. Ms. LaRue is with a client. I'm aware, Gumbo said, brandishing a folder. That's why I'm here. He'd spent the previous evening connecting dots between Vanessa and a network of exotic animal dealers that would make wildlife conservationists weep into their sustainably sourced handkerchiefs. The woman wasn't just running a pet spa. She was potentially neck-deep in a smuggling operation that made the Everglades look like an international airport for scales and feathers. Tiffany reached for the phone. I'll see if she's available. Don't bother, Gumbo said, heading toward the hallway with the embedded paw prints. She's expecting me. She wasn't, but in Gumbo's experience, confidence could get you halfway to anywhere before someone thought to check your credentials. He found Vanessa in what the sign proudly proclaimed as the hydrotherapy room, supervising as a technician guided an overweight bulldog on an underwater treadmill. The dog looked simultaneously miserable and resigned, an expression Gumbo recognized from his corporate days during mandatory team-building exercises. Mr. Malone, Vanessa said without turning around. I don't recall scheduling another appointment. Some questions don't like to wait in line, Gumbo replied, standing just inside the doorway. Like questions about your connection to exotic animal smugglers. The technician's eyes widened as she busied herself adjusting the bulldog's flotation vest. Vanessa's posture stiffened slightly. Kimberly, please take Brutus for his protein smoothie when he's finished. The young woman nodded, relief evident in her face at being dismissed from what promised to be an uncomfortable conversation. Let's continue this in my office, Vanessa suggested, her voice maintaining its spa-appropriate soothing tone despite the circumstances. Her office was a testament to calculated extravagance, orchids everywhere, a desk that appeared to be carved from a single piece of teak, and most telling to Gumbo, a series of framed photographs showing Vanessa posing with various exotic creatures. In one particularly disturbing image, she smiled beside a man holding an anaconda as if it were a fashion accessory. You've been busy, Vanessa observed, settling into her ergonomically perfect chair. What exactly are you implying? Gumbo placed the folder on her desk, flipping it open to reveal a printout of a news article about an exotic animal smuggling bust 3 years prior. I'm not implying anything. I'm asking directly, what was your relationship with Tyson McKay, the python hunter arrested in 2022 for smuggling endangered species? The article featured a grainy image of a muscular, sun-damaged man with a python draped around his neck like a living scarf. The same man from Vanessa's photo. Vanessa's eyes narrowed fractionally, the spa equivalent of a full-body flinch. Tyson was a brief mistake in my dating history. Many women have those. Most women's mistakes don't end up serving federal time for trafficking in protected species, Gumbo countered. The same species that Elias Devereux was allegedly protecting on his development properties. Ancient history, Vanessa waved dismissively. Tyson and I broke up before his arrest. And yet your luxury pet spa opened 6 months after his conviction, funded by a surprisingly generous small business loan from a shell company that, Gumbo flipped to another document, shares an address with Sterling International Holdings. That hit a nerve. Vanessa's perfectly manicured hand paused midair, a momentary glitch in her smooth facade. Rufus has invested in many local businesses, she recovered. He believes in economic development. He seems particularly invested in you, Gumbo noted. And in Devereux's property developments. And now Devereux is missing, along with his rare orchid collection. Orchids, he gestured around the room, that you seem particularly fond of. These are commercially grown hybrids, Vanessa said, ice creeping into her tone. Not illegal specimens. And Tyson was my worst mistake, not my only connection to the exotic animal world. After we broke up, I dated a wildlife officer for nearly a year. Now that was interesting. Gumbo hadn't encountered that detail in his research. Anyone I might know. Jackson Tarver. With Florida Fish and Wildlife. Feel free to verify. Gumbo made a mental note. Wildlife officers would have intimate knowledge of protected species locations and monitoring schedules. Useful for someone planning to harvest those same species illegally. I appreciate your honesty, Gumbo said, recollecting the folder. One more question. When exactly did you and Devereux discuss relocating the key deer colony from his property? It was a shot in the dark based on a fragment of conversation he'd overheard between Sterling and his yacht captain, but the sudden pallor beneath Vanessa's spray tan confirmed he'd struck gold. I have no idea what you're talking about, she said, her voice steady but her right eye twitching slightly. Interesting. Because someone with connections to both exotic animal smugglers and wildlife officers would be the perfect person to coordinate such an operation. Illegal, of course, but potentially very profitable when it clears the way for a multi-million-dollar development. Vanessa stood, indicating the conversation was over. I've been more than cooperative, Mr. Malone. But I have clients waiting, and you're beginning to sound delusional. Rufus will be disappointed. About my progress? Or about my direction? Gumbo asked, rising as well. About your understanding of discretion, she replied, opening her office door. In Florida, some questions are better left unasked. As Gumbo walked back through the reception area, Winston the cockatoo squawked from his travel cage near the counter, "Dead men tell no tales." Tiffany smiled, apologetically. Crime show marathon last night. He's been like this all morning. But Gumbo wasn't listening. Because the bird, in its accidental wisdom, had just articulated the question he hadn't yet asked. Was Devereux dead because of what he knew? Or because of what he threatened to reveal? Chapter 10. A New Suspect. Gumbo slumped behind the wheel of his Jeep Cherokee, the air conditioning wheezing asthmatically as it battled the relentless Florida heat. The vehicle had seen better days, much like its owner, but it got him where he needed to go, usually with only minimal complaining from the transmission. Today's destination, Vanessa LaRue's private residence, a Mediterranean-style mansion perched on a small peninsula jutting into the Gulf. The kind of place that screamed, "I charge people hundreds of dollars to massage reptiles and am doing suspiciously well at it." The security footage from Pause and Relax had been gnawing at him for days. Those shoes. The timestamp. The convenient alibi that felt rehearsed, like a community theater production of Murder on the Orient Express. He pulled into a public beach access half a mile from Vanessa's home, grabbed his binoculars, and trudged through sand that seemed determined to invade every crevice of his loafers. A man with binoculars on a Florida beach typically fell into one of three categories: bird watcher, pervert, or tourist who'd never seen a pelican before. Gumbo was aiming for the first, though his Hawaiian shirt and cargo shorts ensemble probably placed him squarely in the third. Finding a weathered bench, partially hidden by sea grape trees, he settled in with a view of Vanessa's back garden. He felt ridiculous, like a kid playing detective, but sometimes the old-fashioned methods worked best. Especially when you couldn't afford the fancy surveillance equipment actual professionals used. Through his binoculars, Vanessa's backyard came into focus, an elaborately landscaped paradise with a pool shaped like a giant paw print. Of course. What caught his attention, however, was the greenhouse tucked behind a row of carefully manicured bougainvillea. Unlike Devereux's industrial-sized operation, this was smaller and more discreet, but the design was unmistakably similar. Movement. Vanessa emerged from the house, wearing gardening gloves and carrying what appeared to be a watering can. She unlocked the greenhouse and disappeared inside. Gumbo shifted position, trying to get a better angle. The sea grape leaves provided good cover, but limited visibility. He considered his options. Trespassing was illegal, but so was murder. One seemed slightly more forgivable than the other. Before he could make a decision, his phone buzzed. Linda. "Please tell me you're not doing anything stupid," she said by way of greeting. Define stupid. Are you spying on Vanessa LaRue right now? Gumbo lowered his binoculars, scanning the beach suspiciously. How did you know that? Because I know you, and because her neighbor called about a suspicious middle-aged man in a loud shirt staring at houses through binoculars. I told them you were with the Audubon Society. I'm not middle-aged, Gumbo protested. And this shirt is tastefully tropical. It looks like a parrot threw up on a color wheel. What are you doing there? Gumbo explained his suspicions about Vanessa's connection to Devereux's rare orchids. I think she might have them. The timing of her alibi is too perfect, and something about her story doesn't add up. Linda's sigh traveled through the phone like a gust of wind. We can't get a warrant based on. She changed her shoes and has a greenhouse. This isn't Law and Order, Plant Victims Unit. I just need to confirm if she has ghost orchids. Then you'd have probable cause, right? Don't even think about it. Linda enunciated each word like she was speaking to a particularly dense child. Breaking and entering is still a crime, even if you have a fancy laminated card that says investigator on it. What if I just happened to lose a ball over her fence? People retrieve lost balls all the time. You're 55 years old. Nobody's going to believe you were playing catch by yourself. Golf ball. Gumbo. Fine. I'll be good. He hung up, pocketing his phone with a scowl. Linda was right, but that didn't make it any less frustrating. Through his binoculars, he watched Vanessa exit the greenhouse, carefully locking it behind her. Whatever was in there, she certainly treated it with the same level of security as Devereux had his precious collection. As Vanessa disappeared back into the house, Gumbo noticed something else, a small hummingbird feeder hanging near the greenhouse. Except Florida didn't have many hummingbirds, especially not this time of year. And that feeder had what looked suspiciously like a camera lens. Interesting. Very interesting. Electronic hummingbird feeder surveillance cameras, Linda said flatly when Gumbo reported his findings that evening. They sat at the Rusty Pelican bar, Gumbo nursing a bourbon while Linda stuck to club soda. That's a new one. They're available online. Gumbo showed her his phone. Marketed to paranoid homeowners and people spying on cheating spouses. Perfect for keeping an eye on rare plants worth thousands on the black market. Linda scrolled through the images. Okay, so she's security conscious. Still doesn't prove anything. I did some digging, Gumbo said, sliding a folder across the table. Vanessa's background is creative. She's changed her name 3 times. Started out as Veronica Loomis in Tampa, then became Valerie LaRue in Naples, then finally Vanessa LaRue when she moved to Cedar Key 4 years ago. How did you find this out? Gumbo looked slightly embarrassed. I might have called in a favor from my old corporate HR contact. They have access to background check databases. That's surprisingly competent investigative work. You don't need to sound so shocked. Linda flipped through the documents. She operated an alligator wrestling therapy business in Naples? That can't be real. It was, until the State Wildlife Commission shut it down after a client lost 2 fingers. Apparently, alligators don't respond well to being used as emotional support animals. Who knew? And this connects to Devereux how? Gumbo leaned forward, lowering his voice. Here's where it gets interesting. I went to the county clerk's office and checked property records. Guess who owned the land before Vanessa built her house? Elias Devereux's development company. Linda's eyebrows rose slightly. And, Gumbo continued, I checked with a botanical expert at the university. Turns out ghost orchids require specific growing conditions, conditions that exist naturally on Vanessa's property. The same conditions Devereux artificially created in his greenhouse. That's still circumstantial. Then there's this. Gumbo pulled up a photo on his phone. I took this with the zoom on my phone from the public beach. Those plants in her greenhouse. That one there is a ghost orchid. Nearly identical to the ones missing from Devereux's collection. Linda studied the image, her police training battling with her reluctance to admit Gumbo might be onto something. It could be coincidence. Rare orchids are a hobby for many wealthy Floridians with too much time and money. 3 name changes, a connection to the property, specialized security, and the same rare orchids that went missing when Devereux disappeared. That's a lot of coincidences. Linda drummed her fingers on the table. I still can't get a warrant based on a blurry photo that may or may not show a particular type of flower. What if I told you I found something else? Gumbo reached into his pocket and pulled out a small plastic bag containing a business card. This was in the sand near her property line. Elias Devereux's card, with a handwritten note on the back. Linda took the bag, examining the card through the plastic. The handwritten note read simply, Tuesday, 8 p.m. Bring documentation. ED. Tuesday was the night he disappeared, Gumbo said quietly. Linda stared at him. Where exactly did you find this? Public beach. It must have blown there or been dropped. Completely legal for me to pick up litter on a public beach. She narrowed her eyes. And you're sure you didn't trespass to find it? Scout's honor. Gumbo raised his hand in what was probably not an actual scout salute. Linda sighed, tucking the evidence bag into her pocket. I'll run this for prints. If we get a match to Devereux or Vanessa, it might be enough for a warrant. So I was right. Gumbo couldn't keep the note of triumph from his voice. You found a business card that may or may not be related to our case. Don't measure for your detective hat just yet. But there was a hint of respect in her eyes that hadn't been there before. As Linda left, Gumbo ordered another bourbon. Vanessa LaRue was hiding something, possibly ghost orchids, possibly a body, possibly both. The puzzle pieces were beginning to align, creating a picture that was both clearer and more complicated than he'd initially suspected. The question remained, if Vanessa had killed Devereux, where did Sterling fit into all this? Was he truly innocent, or was Gumbo being played like a tourist at a rigged carnival game? Either way, he was starting to understand why Jimbo had said being a PI in Florida was easy. It wasn't the job that was easy. It was finding bizarre crimes committed by even more bizarre people. In Florida, weirdness wasn't the exception. It was practically the state flower. Chapter 11. Deceptive Clues. The thumb drive felt unusually heavy in Gumbo's pocket as he navigated his Jeep through the labyrinthine streets of Pelican Harbor Estates, a development where every house looked like it was designed by an architect who couldn't decide between Mediterranean, Key West, and early moneyed retiree styles. Vanessa LaRue's involvement with black market collectors had gone from suspicion to near certainty after his early morning reconnaissance. "This is either brilliant detective work or criminal trespassing," Gumbo muttered to himself as he parked across from a pink stucco monstrosity labeled the Flamingo Club, which was neither a club nor shaped like a flamingo, but did feature 17 plastic wands arranged in an uncomfortably suggestive circle on the front lawn. The thumb drive contained photos he'd taken of shipping manifests found in a filing cabinet at Pause and Relax, records he'd discovered at 5 a.m. when the only witness had been a confused Pomeranian receiving an overnight rejuvenation treatment. The manifests listed exotic animal deliveries with coded descriptions that might as well have been labeled smuggled contraband, definitely not legal. His phone rang. The caller ID displayed Sterling R., which meant his client was either checking on progress or preparing to double the incentive, Sterling's preferred euphemism for bribe. "Malone Investigations," Gumbo answered, affecting his most professional tone while simultaneously trying to extract a breakfast burrito from its wrapper one-handed. "Malone. Progress report." Sterling's voice projected with the confidence of a man who believed volume correlated directly with importance. "I've uncovered some interesting connections between Vanessa LaRue and certain collectors who operate in legally ambiguous circumstances," Gumbo said, deliberately vague enough to be impressive without revealing he had no idea what it all meant yet. "Collectors? Elias's orchid people? Possibly. I'm following threads that connect plant and animal smuggling networks. Exotic pets, rare orchids, it's all part of the same marketplace." This wasn't entirely bullshit. Linda had confirmed as much yesterday between insults about his investigative technique, which she'd colorfully compared to a drunk toddler looking for candy in a hardware store. Sterling made a humming noise that suggested either deep thought or digestive distress. "I'm troubled by this line of inquiry, Malone. Vanessa has been a loyal friend." Gumbo's internal alarm system, finely tuned by decades of corporate politics, began clanging. "You hired me to discover the truth about Devereaux's disappearance, Mr. Sterling. The evidence is taking me toward Vanessa. Perhaps you're misinterpreting the evidence." Sterling's tone had shifted from boisterous to something cooler, like a tropical breeze suddenly carrying the scent of a distant shark. "What if I were to double your fee to focus on other suspects?" And there it was. The core of Sterling's character revealed, like an oyster shucked open on a dirty bar napkin. "You want me to ignore evidence implicating your alibi witness?" Gumbo asked, abandoning his burrito to the passenger seat where it spilled its contents in silent protest. "I'm suggesting expanding your investigation to include more probable suspects. Devereaux had enemies everywhere. His landscaper, for instance, threatened him just last month over an unpaid invoice." "A landscaper?" Gumbo's tone flattened like week-old soda. "You think a landscaper stole his rare ghost orchid collection and made him vanish without a trace? The working class can be surprisingly resourceful when money is involved." Gumbo pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache that had nothing to do with his breakfast rum and everything to do with moral complexity. In his corporate days, ethical dilemmas had been straightforward. Do what makes the most profit without explicitly breaking laws visible to regulators. This was murkier, like the water in those mangrove swamps where anything could be lurking beneath the surface. I'll follow the evidence wherever it leads, Gumbo said finally. That's what you're paying me for. I'm offering to pay you double to make sure it leads in the right direction, Sterling countered, then sighed in a practiced way that suggested his disappointment had been rehearsed for maximum impact. Consider it overnight, Malone. I'd hate to have to find another investigator mid-case. The call ended. Gumbo stared at his phone, wondering if there was an ethical guidebook for novice private investigators facing moral crossroads 5 cases into their career. If so, he suspected it would have a chapter titled, "When your client offers you money to ignore evidence, you found your suspect, dumbass." He dialed Linda. "If you're calling about the DNA results, they're not back yet," she answered without preamble. "And if you're calling about the break-in at Pause and Relax early this morning that our overnight patrol reported, but mysteriously found no evidence of, I don't want to know." "Hypothetically," Gumbo began, ignoring the second part, "if someone offered to double my fee to focus on less promising leads and ignore connections to their alibi witness, what would that suggest to you?" A beat of silence. "It would suggest you've found something important and they're panicking. It would also suggest you're about to do something spectacularly stupid. Please tell me Sterling didn't just offer to bribe you." "Not in those exact words." Linda's sigh contained the weariness of someone who'd expected nothing and still been disappointed. "This is why I left the corporate world, Gumbo. Too many shades of gray. At least in law enforcement, corruption has the decency to be clearly labeled." "What would you do?" He needed her answer, even if he wasn't sure he'd follow it. "I'd remember that a man is missing, possibly dead. I'd remember that justice doesn't have a price tag. And I'd remember that a pie license can be revoked for misconduct." She paused. "But mostly, I'd remember that you can't put a price on being able to sleep at night." Gumbo nodded, forgetting she couldn't see him. "Thanks, Linda." "Don't thank me yet. Your little break-in adventure may have stirred the hornet's nest. My source says Vanessa made some calls this morning. Agitated ones." "To whom?" "We're working on that. Just watch your back. And maybe consider a temporary relocation from that floating target you call a houseboat." Gumbo hung up and retrieved his mangled burrito, contemplating Sterling's offer while picking egg off his dashboard. The money would certainly help with the leak in his houseboat's roof and the concerning knock in the Jeep's engine. But Linda was right, some things weren't negotiable. He started the Jeep and pulled away from the Flamingo Club, his decision made. He'd follow the evidence toward Vanessa LaRue and her exotic animal connections. If that led to Sterling as well, so be it. A man with a gold yacht could afford a good lawyer. Besides, there was something suspicious about a man who'd double a fee to direct attention away from a witness. That kind of desperation suggested either unexpected loyalty or unexpected guilt. And in Gumbo's experience, loyalty that came with a price tag was usually guilt wearing a fancy disguise. As he drove toward his next destination, the Cedar Key Historical Society, which inexplicably housed records of wildlife importation permits, Gumbo felt a strange sense of purpose he hadn't experienced since his corporate days. Maybe being a private investigator in Florida wasn't just a retirement scheme after all. Maybe it was what he'd been meant to do all along. Or maybe it was just the rum from breakfast talking. In Florida, it was often hard to tell the difference. Chapter 12. The Art of Intrigue. The sun beat down on Gumbo's neck as he stood outside the authentic Florida Art Experience, a converted gas station whose pumps now dispensed overpriced watercolors instead of unleaded. According to his research, this was where Vanessa LaRue sold her suspiciously profitable native landscapes. He wiped sweat from his brow, considering how his life had descended from corporate boardrooms to staking out a tourist trap art gallery. The blazer had been a mistake in this heat, another rookie pie error to add to his growing collection. When in Rome, he muttered, shedding the jacket and rolling up his sleeves before pushing through the door, which announced his arrival with an electronic pelican call instead of a bell. The gallery's interior was climate-controlled to meet locker perfection. Bright canvases lined the walls, lurid sunsets, psychedelic mangroves, and flamingos rendered in colors that suggested the artist had been consuming peyote rather than observing actual birds. Welcome to the authentic Florida art experience. A rail-thin man with a Salvador Dali mustache and a linen shirt with more wrinkles than a Shar-Pei glided toward him. I'm Bartholomew, the curator. Are you looking to bring a piece of Florida's soul into your home? Gumbo resisted the urge to check if his wallet was still in his pocket. Actually, I'm interested in the artist behind the Primal Florida collection. I understand they're painted by, he consulted his notes, rehabilitated chimpanzees. Bartholomew's face lit up like he'd just found a 20 in last year's windbreaker. Ah yes, the Primal Florida series. Some of our most coveted works. He guided Gumbo toward a back wall, where abstract splashes of color resembled either a sunset over the Everglades or the aftermath of a fruit smoothie explosion. Each piece is created by former entertainment chimpanzees, now living at the New Leaf Sanctuary. Ms. LaRue donates the proceeds to their care. Very charitable, Gumbo observed, studying a painting labeled Mangrove Whispers that looked like someone had dropped a pallet from a helicopter. These seem quite popular. I noticed several are marked sold. Oh yes, they practically fly off the walls. We can barely keep them in stock. The Wyndham Collection purchased 6 pieces just last month. Wyndham Collection. One of Florida's preeminent private art collections. Mr. Wyndham has exquisite taste, Bartholomew gushed, straightening an already straight frame. He's particularly drawn to the Celestial Wetlands series. Says they speak to him. Gumbo nodded sagely, as though he regularly communicated with abstract monkey art. I'd love to see more of the Celestial Wetlands series. Perhaps you have some in your back room? I'm afraid they're all spoken for. But, Bartholomew lowered his voice conspiratorially, I could show you some photographs. We document each piece for insurance purposes. 5 minutes and a $50 gallery membership fee later, Gumbo was flipping through a leather-bound portfolio of chimp art in Bartholomew's office. What caught his attention wasn't the questionable artistic merit but the buyer's list. The same names kept appearing, most prominently Wyndham Collection. This Alexander Wyndham, Gumbo ventured. I'd love to pick his brain about investing in such unique artwork. Do you have his contact information? Bartholomew's mustache twitched with amusement. Mr. Wyndham is quite private. But he does host a monthly salon for select art enthusiasts at his estate on Heron Island. He sized Gumbo up. There's one tomorrow evening. I could perhaps arrange an invitation for a serious collector. The look he gave Gumbo clearly communicated that serious collector was code for person planning to spend significant money. I wouldn't want to attend empty-handed, Gumbo said smoothly. Perhaps I could purchase one of the pieces now. The title Meditation just arrived this morning. 4,800. Gumbo managed not to choke. Nearly $5,000 for chimpanzee finger painting. He pulled out his phone, pretending to check his account balance while actually texting Linda. Need info on Alexander Wyndham, art collector. Possible connection to Vanessa LaRue. Let's do it, he said, knowing Sterling's retainer would cover it. And about that invitation. Alexander Wyndham's estate occupied the kind of waterfront real estate that made Gumbo's houseboat look like a floating shoebox. Mediterranean architecture sprawled across manicured grounds where fountains tinkled merrily, as if laughing at the property taxes most people paid. Gumbo adjusted his rented tuxedo, which the formal wear shop had assured him was classic, but felt suspiciously like it might have last been worn to a high school prom in 1997. He clutched his gallery receipt like a golden ticket, following a stream of elegantly dressed guests toward the main house. Name? inquired a stone-faced attendant at the door. Daniel Malone. Bartholomew from the Authentic Florida Art Experience arranged my invitation. The attendant consulted his tablet, then nodded curtly. Mr. Wyndham is in the main gallery. Gumbo followed the sound of chamber music and pretentious conversation, finding himself in a vast room where the walls displayed artwork considerably more sophisticated than chimp paintings. Guests in designer evening wear circulated with champagne flutes, discussing brush techniques and light composition with the passionate intensity of sports fans arguing referee calls. Alexander Wyndham held court near a massive abstract sculpture. He was shorter than Gumbo expected, with the ruddy complexion of someone who spent too much time on golf courses and not enough time worrying about skin cancer. His silver hair was expertly coiffed, and his tuxedo probably cost more than Gumbo's Jeep. "Ah, you must be Bartholomew's friend." Wyndham extended a hand as Gumbo approached. "Welcome to my humble collection." Humble wasn't the word Gumbo would have chosen for a room containing artwork worth more than the GDP of several small nations. "Thank you for having me," Gumbo said. "I'm particularly interested in your primal Florida acquisitions." Wyndham's eyes sharpened with interest. "A fellow enthusiast? Fascinating work, isn't it? Such raw emotion. Would you care to see them?" Before Gumbo could answer, Wyndham was already leading him away from the main gathering, down a corridor lined with increasingly eclectic artwork. They passed an entire wall devoted to framed newspaper headlines, all featuring various Florida man escapades. "My other collection," Wyndham explained, noticing Gumbo's attention. "Florida Man, the unauthorized biography. I find it captures our state's essence better than any intentional art." They entered a smaller, more intimate gallery where the walls displayed the familiar, chaotic splashes of the chimp paintings. But something was different about these. They seemed more structured, with certain patterns repeating across multiple canvases. "Beautiful, aren't they?" Wyndham murmured, sipping his champagne. "Like maps to a hidden dimension." Maps. The word triggered something in Gumbo's mind. He stepped closer to one painting, noticing how certain blue whorls created what could almost be waterways, while clustered yellow dots might represent locations. "I understand you're well acquainted with Ms. LaRue," Gumbo said casually. Wyndham's smile never faltered, but something flickered behind his eyes. "Vanessa has an exceptional eye for talent, even among our primate friends." "Did you know Elias Devereux as well?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees despite the Florida heat outside. "Mr. Malone," Wyndham said softly, "I don't believe we've been properly introduced. You're not actually an art collector, are you?" Chapter 13. An Unlikely Alley. Gumbo stared at the collection of framed newspaper clippings that covered nearly every inch of wall space in Horace Pickering's Gulf View penthouse. Each yellowing rectangle showcased Florida's most bizarre headlines. "Man throws alligator through drive-through window." "Naked burglar caught cooking pasta in victim's kitchen." "Drunk man tries to use taco as ID at bar." "My pride and joy," Pickering announced, gesturing grandly at the wall with a tumbler of amber liquid that sloshed dangerously close to the rim. "The world's largest collection of authenticated Florida Man headlines. Been curating it for 15 years. Horace Pickering didn't look like an art collector. With his perpetually sunburned nose, cargo shorts revealing knobby knees, and a Hawaiian shirt depicting flamingos playing poker, he resembled a tourist who'd made a wrong turn at Orlando and never found his way back. But appearances in Florida were as reliable as election results. "Impressive," Gumbo managed, genuinely unsure if it was. "But I'm here about Vanessa LaRue," Pickering finished, dropping into a leather recliner that had seen better decades. "The orchid queen with the expensive taste in secrets." The penthouse offered a panoramic view of the Gulf that probably justified its astronomical price tag, but Pickering had arranged his furniture to face the Florida Man shrine instead. Priorities. You buy her paintings, Gumbo said, remaining standing since the only other seating option was a beanbag chair shaped like a manatee. Authentic Florida landscapes, Pickering snorted, making air quotes that caused more bourbon to escape his glass. Painted by chimpanzees. Did you know that part? Gumbo hadn't. Actual chimpanzees. Retired circus performers. She calls it post-traumatic primate expression therapy. Bunch of hogwash, but the art world eats it up. Rich folks in Manhattan paying 50 grand for swamp scenes painted by a chimp named Mr. Bojangles. He took a gulp of bourbon. Got 7 of them myself. Why buy them if you know they're a gimmick? Pickering's eyes narrowed, suddenly sharp despite the bourbon. Who says that's why I buy them? Gumbo's investigative radar pinged. He'd spent enough years in corporate boardrooms to recognize when someone was dangling information like bait. You notice something in the paintings. Give the man a cigar. Pickering brightened, pointing finger guns at Gumbo. Took me 3 purchases to figure it out. The little numbers hidden in the mangrove roots. The patterns in the cloud formations. Not random. They're coded messages, Gumbo concluded. Coordinates. Pickering produced a tablet from beside his chair, swiping through images of what appeared to be ordinary, if somewhat haphazardly painted Everglades scenes. Every painting contains GPS coordinates for drop sites, wildlife smuggling operations. And Vanessa sells these paintings to clients who know the code. Buy a painting, get a map to your illegal exotic animals or plants. Pickering's sunburned face split into a grin. Pretty clever, actually. If you know all this, why haven't you gone to the authorities? Pickering's grin vanished. Tried that once. 3 years ago, when Devereux and his timeshare scam took my sister for her life savings. Know what happened? Nothing. Turns out it's not illegal to sell overpriced concrete boxes to desperate northerners, even when the private beach access is a drainage ditch that occasionally connects to the ocean. He heaved himself up from the recliner, moving to a painting above his bar cart, a lurid sunset over swampland with inexplicably purple trees. This was my first LaRue acquisition. Didn't realize it then, but these smudges here. He pointed to what looked like paint spatters. Coordinates for a spot in Palmetto Swamp, where rare ghost orchids were being harvested. Elias Devereux's ghost orchids, Gumbo said, the connection clicking. One and the same. Pickering refilled his glass. Devereux wasn't just collecting orchids. He was farming endangered species on protected land, then selling them through Vanessa's fancy contraband postal service. And Sterling? Financing the operation, I'd wager. Man with a gold yacht isn't exactly subtle about his moral flexibility. Pickering swirled his bourbon contemplatively. But here's what doesn't track. Devereux was making a fortune. Why disappear now? Gumbo considered this. Maybe he wasn't disappearing. Maybe he was running. From what? Or who? Gumbo studied the painting again. These coordinates, you can decipher them. I've mapped most of them. Pickering moved to a desk cluttered with nautical charts. Been doing my own investigation. Call it a hobby or revenge for my sister, your choice. Pickering spread out a map of Cedar Key and the surrounding area marked with red X's. Every X is a location from one of Vanessa's paintings. Notice anything? Gumbo leaned in. The marks formed a rough circle around Palmetto Swamp, with one X directly in the center. What's here? He asked, pointing to the central mark. That, Pickering said with grim satisfaction, is the mystery location. It appears in multiple paintings, but it's in the middle of impenetrable swamp. No roads, no trails. You haven't checked it out? Pickering raised an eyebrow. Do I look like I own waders? Besides, there are things in Palmetto Swamp that consider people like me an appetizer. Gumbo studied the map. This could be where Devereux disappeared to. Or was taken? My thoughts exactly. Pickering folded his arms. So, detective. Private investigator, Gumbo corrected automatically. Whatever. Here's my proposition. I'll share all my research on LaRue's smuggling operation, including the coordinate system, if you promise to burn Devereux and Sterling to the ground when you find them. Metaphorically, he added hastily. I'm weird, but not a psychopath. Why help me? Pickering's face hardened. My sister worked 40 years as a school nurse. Her retirement fund was everything she had. After Devereux's scam, she's bagging groceries at 73. He gestured around the penthouse. Meanwhile, I've got more money than I can spend because I invented an app that makes fart noises when you shake your phone. The universe lacks balance, Mr. Malone. I'm just trying to even the scales. An unlikely ally indeed, Gumbo thought. An eccentric millionaire with a fart app fortune and a Florida Man headline collection, seeking cosmic justice through decoded monkey paintings. Only in Florida. Deal? Gumbo said, extending his hand. Pickering shook it firmly. One condition. When this all goes public, I want Devereux's Florida Man headline for my collection. I've already picked out the frame. What makes you so sure he'll make the headlines? Pickering's smile was knowing. In my experience, Mr. Malone, men who deal in endangered orchids, protected wetlands, and smuggling rings don't go quietly into that good night. They go spectacularly with airboats, exotic animals, and at least one inappropriate state of undress. He raised his glass in a toast. To Florida justice. Gumbo nodded, accepting the inevitability of Florida's peculiar brand of comeuppance. To Florida justice. Behind them, the sun dipped into the Gulf, painting the water gold, not Sterling's gaudy yacht gold, but the genuine article, the kind of natural wonder that made even jaded men like Gumbo remember why, despite everything, Florida still had its hooks in him. And in this moment, with an eccentric ally and a map to mystery, those hooks sank a little deeper. Chapter 14, A New Lead. Gumbo slouched in his Jeep outside the Cedar Key Public Library, air conditioning fighting a losing battle against the afternoon heat while he studied photographs of what had to be the world's most pretentious watercolors. Each painting featured authentic Florida landscapes that looked about as authentic as Sterling's tan, garish sunsets, impossibly blue waters, and palm trees positioned with mathematical precision. 200 grand for something painted by a chimpanzee? He muttered, squinting at the collection of images Linda had reluctantly shared. And people think I made poor life choices. The art angle had emerged yesterday when Gumbo discovered Devereux's connection to an underground rare orchid trading network. The missing ghost orchids weren't just valuable. They were map pieces in an elaborate botanical treasure hunt. His phone rang. The screen displayed Ellie Hightower, sending an involuntary flutter through his chest that he blamed on the questionable gas station sushi he'd eaten for lunch. Malone Investigations, where we take your money and occasionally find things, he answered. That's not the slogan on your business card, Ellie replied, her voice carrying the hint of amusement that made their conversations feel like shared secrets. I'm workshopping new ones. More realistic expectations. How's the orchid case going? Despite having known him only a week, Ellie had become his unofficial sounding board. Their nightly conversations over her hurricane survival coffee had become the highlight of Gumbo's increasingly bizarre days. I'm staring at monkey art that apparently contains coded messages about smuggling routes. He rubbed his eyes. I think Florida is finally breaking me. It's not Florida breaking you. It's the constant rum before noon. That's just proper hydration in this climate. Ellie laughed. I found something about your artist. Stopped by the gallery that sells those paintings and chatted up the owner. Turns out Vanessa LaRue is more than just a collector. She's their exclusive broker. Gumbo straightened. The pet spa lady is selling the monkey paintings? Not just selling, selecting which ones go to market. The gallery owner mentioned she rejects any that don't meet the aesthetic standard, whatever that means for art created by primates. She's filtering them, Gumbo murmured, pieces clicking together. The paintings aren't just art, they're communication. The ones with coded information go to specific buyers. That's what I thought. Oh, and the chimp sanctuary is on property adjacent to Devru's missing orchid greenhouse. Gumbo felt that familiar tingle at the base of his skull, the corporate spider sense that had saved him from countless boardroom ambushes. Ellie Hightower, you're a genius. I owe you dinner. You already owe me 3 dinners. At this rate, you'll be buying me meals well into my 70s. I can think of worse fates, he replied, the words escaping before his internal filter could catch them. A pause. Me too, she said softly. Be careful, Gumbo. These people aren't just smuggling flowers. After hanging up, Gumbo pulled up the largest image of a chimpanzee masterpiece titled Sunset over Mangrove Bay. The painting showed a garish orange sunset, 3 oddly shaped islands, and what appeared to be random splatters of white paint across portions of the water. But if you knew what you were looking for, if for instance you were an orchid smuggler, those white splatters created a rough map of hidden growing locations in the Palmetto Swamp. The 3 islands weren't geographical features at all, but rather navigational markers. After Devru's disappearance, all his special paintings had been reported stolen from his home office, a fact mentioned briefly in Linda's police report, but not connected to the missing orchids. Until now. The underground exotic plant auction was scheduled for 9 p.m. at the abandoned Gator Golf Adventure Park, according to an anonymous tip Linda had received and reluctantly shared with Gumbo. The tipster claimed rare ghost orchids would be among the items for sale. Gumbo checked his watch. He had 4 hours to prepare, which meant at least 2 hours to kill. In his previous life, he would have used that time to create spreadsheets, analysis models, and contingency plans. In his new life as a Florida Pie, preparation consisted of stopping at the Rusty Pelican for liquid courage and questionable advice. The abandoned mini-golf course loomed in the moonlight like the skeleton of a prehistoric tourist trap. Plastic alligators with chipped paint guarded windmills that hadn't turned since Obama's first term. The pudding greens had surrendered to Florida's relentless vegetation, creating a surreal jungle of artificial landscape merged with actual wilderness. Gumbo parked his Jeep behind the collapsed snack bar and approached on foot, sweating through his undercover outfit of cargo shorts and a fishing shirt emblazoned with base holes, "We'll find your fish," that he'd purchased specifically because it made him look like every other middle-aged Florida transplant with disposable income and questionable taste. A hulking figure guarded the entrance to what had once been the Swamp Monster Challenge course. He wore sunglasses despite the darkness, which seemed both impractical and unnecessarily ominous. "Password?" the human refrigerator demanded. "Ghost Bloom," Gumbo replied, the phrase supplied by Linda's anonymous tipster. The guard nodded toward a path lined with tiki torches. "Bidding starts in 20. No phones, no cameras, cash only." Gumbo followed the path past obstacles featuring increasingly racist depictions of cannibals until he reached the central attraction, a massive concrete volcano that once erupted with red-dyed water every half hour. Now it served as the auction venue, with folding chairs arranged in a semicircle before a makeshift stage. About 40 people milled about, a mix of wealthy collectors in designer safari wear and rough-looking types who probably supplied the items being sold. Gumbo recognized a county commissioner, 2 real estate developers, and the owner of Cedar Key's most expensive restaurant. He chose a seat near the back, nodding vaguely at others while scanning for Vanessa LaRue or any of Sterling's associates. "Welcome, enthusiasts," announced a thin man in a white linen suit who materialized at the center of the stage. Tonight's offerings include specimens from 3 continents, many without those tedious CITES protection certificates. Polite laughter rippled through the audience. The first items were underwhelming. Some pitcher plants, a few Venus flytraps, nothing that justified a clandestine auction. Then came the paintings. "Now for our special collection," the auctioneer announced. "Original works curated by our orchid connoisseur, each containing more beauty than immediately meets the eye." 5 chimpanzee paintings appeared, carried by assistants. Even from his seat, Gumbo could see they featured the same distinctive style as the images he'd studied: garish colors, specific formations, and those telling white splatters. "Our first piece, Moonlight Navigation, begins at $50,000. The bidding was fierce and fast. When it settled at $127,000, Gumbo committed the buyer's face to memory. A leathery man with the permanent squint of someone who'd spent decades on the water without sunglasses. The pattern repeated for each painting. Different buyers, equally astronomical prices. These weren't art collectors, they were purchasing treasure maps. When the 5th painting sold, a murmur of anticipation traveled through the crowd. And now, our premium lot. Directly from the Devereux collection, 3 mature ghost orchid specimens. Gumbo leaned forward as a temperature-controlled case was brought on stage. Inside floated what appeared to be 3 ghostly white flowers, their petals spread like dancing spirits. Even to his untrained eye, they were breathtaking. These specimens were rescued from an unfortunate greenhouse accident, the auctioneer explained with a knowing smile. Bidding begins at $250,000. Rescued. A convenient euphemism for stolen from a man who might be dead. As the bidding climbed past $500,000, Gumbo spotted a familiar figure near the stage. Not Vanessa, but her assistant Jared, whispering into the ear of a heavy-set man who kept raising his paddle. The connection was unmistakable. Gumbo had found his link between the missing orchids, the stolen paintings, and Pause and Relax luxury pet retreat. Now he just needed to escape with this information and somehow avoid getting dumped in a swamp by people who treated both wildlife protection laws and possibly human life as optional inconveniences. As the ghost orchids sold for $780,000 to Jared's companion, Gumbo quietly rose and began edging toward the exit. The art wasn't just valuable. It was a sophisticated system for black market traders, with Vanessa LaRue as the apparent gatekeeper. What remained unclear was whether this illegal orchid trade was reason enough for murder, and exactly how Rufus Sterling fit into the picture. One thing was certain. This case had bloomed into something far more dangerous than Gumbo had bargained for when he'd accepted Sterling's gold-plated retainer. And somewhere, in the tangle of rare flowers and primate art, lay the truth about what happened to Elias Devereux. Chapter 15, A High-Stakes Pursuit. Gumbo's knuckles whitened against the steering wheel as his Jeep Cherokee bounced violently over what the locals generously called a road, but what more accurately resembled the aftermath of a drunken excavator's temper tantrum. Beside him, Linda Hastings braced herself against the dashboard, her face a portrait of professional irritation. "Remind me again why we're careening through a mosquito breeding ground at 6 a.m, she asked, swatting at something that had probably last fed on a dinosaur. "Because," Gumbo said, swerving to avoid a pothole large enough to qualify for its own zip code. The auction catalog from that abandoned mini-golf course mentioned the Pelican's private collection would be available for viewing at sunrise. Just sunrise. Not around sunrise or sometime after coffee sunrise. Linda snorted. Only in Florida would an art thief named after a waterbird host a black market auction at a defunct putt-putt course featuring, she squinted at a dilapidated dinosaur statue they passed, a T-Rex wearing golf cleats. Jurassic Putt, Gumbo read from a faded sign. Home of extinct entertainment since 2022. The connection to the notorious art thief, known only as the Pelican, had emerged last night after Gumbo spent hours analyzing the coded imagery in Vanessa's suspiciously acquired paintings. Each landscape contained a hidden pelican figure and GPS coordinates marking locations of rare ghost orchid colonies, the same orchids missing from Devereux's collection. What had started as a simple missing person case had mutated into something far more complex, like a tropical fungus that begins as a small spot on your toe and ends with hospital-grade antibiotics and awkward explanations to your health insurance provider. They parked behind the crumbling Welcome Center, its cheerful dinosaur murals now peeling like bad sunburns. Dawn painted the sky in gaudy pinks and oranges, as if Florida couldn't resist being theatrical even at 6:13 a.m. "There's our contact," Gumbo nodded toward a wizened man in a sun-bleached fishing hat who looked old enough to have personally known the dinosaurs depicted around him. "Warbler Willie," the man introduced himself, extending a hand that resembled beef jerky left too long in the sun. "You the folks interested in feathers?" "That's us," Linda confirmed, flashing her badge discreetly. "We understand the pelican might make an appearance today." "Might," Willie agreed, his voice like tires on a gravel road. "For the right people." He led them through the abandoned course, past a prehistoric water hazard that now hosted an actual alligator, this one unbothered by any emotional support responsibilities, and toward the former clubhouse. "Pay attention," Willie whispered, as they approached a group of figures gathered around what had once been the 19th hole bar. "Nobody uses real names here." The assembled collectors resembled a convention of eccentric uncles, men and women of varying ages united by their expressions of smug superiority and tendency to wear excessive linen. They sipped mimosas while examining display cases containing items that definitely belonged in museums rather than private collections. "Feathers over there," Willie nodded toward a display featuring a framed painting of the Everglades with an almost imperceptible pelican hidden in the mangroves. Beside it lay 3 actual feathers under glass. "His calling card," Linda murmured. "Just like in the case files." They circled the room, eavesdropping on conversations about acquisition methods and export challenges, the polite terminology of people who stole beautiful things and justified it by appreciating them properly. "He's not here yet," Gumbo whispered after their third lap. "But I recognize that painting from the photos of Devereux's greenhouse." A sudden commotion at the entrance drew their attention. A tall woman in white linen and enormous sunglasses swept in, flanked by 2 men who looked like they bench-pressed smaller men for morning exercise. "The heron has arrived," someone murmured reverently. Linda tensed beside him. "That's Marguerite Fontaine. She runs an art export business out of Miami. We've suspected her of laundering stolen artwork for years." "Is she the pelican?" "More likely, a major client." Fontaine surveyed the room like a queen, assessing peasants, her gaze eventually landing on Gumbo and Linda, with the idle curiosity of someone noticing an unusual insect. She approached with the confidence of a woman who'd never been told no without someone being fired immediately afterward. "New faces," she observed, her accent suggesting European boarding schools and trust funds older than most countries. "I don't believe we've met." "John Audubon," Gumbo improvised, extending his hand. "And my associate, Miss Finch." Linda's subtle elbow to his ribs suggested she didn't appreciate his ornithological pseudonym creativity. "Charming," Fontaine replied, clearly thinking the opposite. "And what brings you to our little gathering?" "We represent a client interested in native Florida specimens," Gumbo answered. "Particularly ghost orchids." Something flashed in Fontaine's eyes, recognition, warning, calculation, before her expression smoothed again. "How fascinating. They're quite rare, you know." "So we understand. Particularly those from the Devereux collection." The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees, despite the Florida morning already pushing 80. "You should be careful mentioning that name here," Fontaine said softly. "Not everyone appreciates the connection." Before Gumbo could respond, a commotion erupted outside, shouting and engine roaring. Willie burst through the door, wide-eyed. "FWC raid," he yelled, referring to the Florida Wildlife Conservation Commission. "Someone tipped them off." The room exploded into chaos. Collectors grabbed displays, paintings vanished into bags, and suddenly everyone remembered urgent appointments elsewhere. "The pelican," Linda hissed, pointing toward a figure in a Panama hat slipping out a side door, clutching what looked suspiciously like Devereux's prized ghost orchid painting. They burst into pursuit, racing past bemused-looking dinosaur statues as the figure ahead jumped into an airboat tied at the swamp edge behind the golf course. Gumbo scanned desperately for options and spotted a parasailing operation just waking up at the adjacent tourist beach. "There," he pointed, already running. 2 minutes and $50 later, they were airborne, a terrified parasail operator named Bud gunning his boat across the water parallel to the fleeing airboat. "I don't get paid enough for this," Bud shouted up at them. Below them, tourists on an early morning swamp tour gawked and pointed as their quiet nature expedition was interrupted by a high-speed airboat chase and screaming parasailers. "I can see the orchid painting," Linda called, the wind whipping her words away. "We're gaining on them." The airboat veered suddenly, heading toward a narrow mangrove tunnel. The pelican turned, looking up at their unlikely aerial pursuit, and for a brief moment, sunlight illuminated a face Gumbo recognized with stunning clarity. "It can't be," he muttered. Then the airboat disappeared into the mangroves, and Bud swerved to avoid crashing into a tour boat full of senior citizens, enthusiastically photographing what they'd later describe as the most exciting swamp tour ever. As they descended back to the boat, Linda grabbed Gumbo's arm. "Did you see the face? Did you recognize the pelican?" Gumbo nodded grimly. "I did. And suddenly this case makes a whole lot more sense, and a whole lot less." Chapter 16, Widow's Peak. The heavens opened up with the kind of tropical downpour that made Noah look like an optimist. One minute Gumbo was speed-walking down Cedar Key's main drag, reviewing mental notes on the pelican's latest art heist, and the next he was caught in what meteorologists would classify as biblical punishment. He sprinted toward the nearest shelter, a weathered clapboard building with a hand-painted sign reading High Tide Cafe, swinging precariously in the wind. The wooden deck creaked beneath his sodden loafers as he burst through the door, bringing half the Atlantic with him. "I'd say we're closing early, but you look like you might float away if I send you back out there," called a voice from behind the counter. Gumbo wiped rainwater from his eyes to find a woman regarding him with amused interest. She was perhaps 50, with silver-streaked auburn hair pulled into a casual knot and the kind of smile lines that suggested she'd earned them honestly. Her eyes, a shade of green that reminded him of shallow Gulf waters on a clear day, crinkled at the corners as she assessed his drowned rat appearance. "I don't suppose you serve towels?" Gumbo asked, creating a puddle that was rapidly approaching small lake status. As a matter of fact. She disappeared into a back room, returning with a faded beach towel featuring cartoon manatees. "Emergency supplies. Hurricane season preparedness includes towels for the occasional half-drowned customer." "Much obliged." Gumbo patted his face and hair, aware that he resembled nothing so much as a wet Labrador retriever at a formal dinner party. "Danny Malone. Most people call me Gumbo." "Eleanor Hightower. Most people call me Ellie, except telemarketers who call me Mrs. Hightower, at which point I hang up." She extended a hand across the counter. "And I'm guessing you could use a cup of my hurricane survival coffee." "Is that different from regular coffee?" "It's coffee that improves survival rates during hurricanes, primarily by being 90% bourbon." "You're an angel of mercy." "Just a practical Floridian." She filled a large ceramic mug with coffee from a French press, then pulled a bottle from beneath the counter and added a generous pour. "On the house. Maritime rescue laws." Gumbo gratefully accepted the mug, letting the warmth seep into his rain-chilled hands. The cafe was empty save for them, its mismatched chairs appended on equally mismatched tables. The walls displayed an eclectic collection of local art, vintage buoys, and framed newspaper clippings about record-breaking fish catches. Sorry about the closing early part, Ellie said, wiping down the counter with practiced efficiency. The forecast called for a chance of afternoon showers, which in Florida meteorologists speak, apparently means Old Testament deluge. I appreciate the sanctuary, Gumbo said. And this is exceptional survival coffee. Secret ingredient is desperation. Works wonders. She leaned against the counter. So what brings you out in this weather? Most locals know to be inside by 3 when those clouds roll in. Professional obligations wait for no man or monsoon. He sipped the coffee, feeling the bourbon burn pleasantly. I'm a private investigator. Her eyebrows rose slightly. Like in the novels? Solving mysterious disappearances and tracking down stolen jewels. More like following paper trails and interviewing people who'd rather be doing literally anything else than talking to me. Less glamorous than fiction would have you believe. I don't know, you've got the rain-soaked, world-weary thing working for you. Very noir. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Just need a fedora and a troubled past. Troubled past I've got covered. Fedora would make me look like I'm trying too hard. A man who knows his hat limitations. Rare quality. Ellie poured herself a cup of the hurricane survival coffee. New to the pie game? That obvious? Your business cards poking out of your pocket. Looks fresh off the press. Gumbo glanced down to see his soggy business card, indeed visible in his shirt pocket, the ink beginning to bleed from the rain. Career change. Former corporate drone. Ah. She nodded, understanding dawning. Restructured? How'd you guess? Recognizing one survivor of corporate America's efficiency measures to another. I was a financial analyst for Meridian Trust for 22 years. What happened? Discovered some creative accounting that benefited certain board members at the expense of clients. Her expression hardened momentarily. My ethics conflicted with their profit margins. And now you run a beach cafe. More satisfying than you'd think. Nobody cooks the books here, except me with actual recipes. She gestured around the empty cafe. It's not glamorous, but nobody's retirement fund disappears because I misplaced a decimal point. The rain hammered against the windows, transforming the view outside into an impressionist painting of grays and blues. Lightning flashed, followed almost immediately by thunder that rattled the glassware behind the counter. Going to be a while, Ellie observed. More coffee? If it's not an imposition. Please. You're saving me from inventory counting. She refreshed his mug. So what case brings you out in this weather? Or is that confidential investigator stuff? Nothing exciting. Art theft. In Cedar Key. What did they steal? A pelican painting from the bait shop. Gumbo laughed, surprising himself. Something like that. Well, now I'm intrigued. She pulled up a stool on her side of the counter. Do tell. Professional confidentiality, he demurred, though not without regret. Fair enough. So, what did you do before Florida turned you into Sam Spade? Regional Operations Director for a company that specialized in, let me guess, solutions, synergy, dynamics. All 3, actually. The corporate buzzword trifecta. She shook her head in mock dismay. They probably had motivational posters about excellence and teamwork. In every conference room. Gumbo found himself grinning. How about you? What kind of analyst were you? The kind who could tell you exactly why your department's Q3 projections were delusional fantasy. You were one of those. He groaned. The budget meeting boogeyman. I preferred fiscal reality enforcer, but boogeyman works too. They fell into easy conversation as the storm raged outside, comparing corporate war stories and Florida adaptation challenges. There was something refreshing about Ellie's directness, her complete lack of pretense. Unlike most people Gumbo had met since arriving in Cedar Key, she didn't seem to be selling anything, not a lifestyle, not an image, not a scheme. When the rain finally slackened to a gentle patter, Gumbo was surprised to find that nearly 2 hours had passed. "Looks like your maritime rescue is complete," Ellie said, nodding toward the windows. "Thanks for the towel. And the survival coffee." Gumbo stood, reluctant to leave. "What do I owe you?" "First rescue's free. Second one requires you to actually order something from the menu." "Is that an invitation to come back?" "More of a meteorological prediction. Florida in rainy season, you'll get soaked again." But there was something in her smile that suggested other possibilities. "We open at 7. Morning survival coffee is mostly espresso, FYI." "I'll keep that in mind." Gumbo placed his mug on the counter. "Thanks, Ellie." "Stay dry out there, Gumbo. Or don't," gives you an excuse for another rescue. As he stepped back into the humid evening, the air heavy with the after scent of rain, Gumbo felt something he hadn't experienced since arriving in Florida. Anticipation that didn't involve case files or suspects or Sterling's suspiciously white teeth. Sometimes getting caught in a storm led to unexpected shelter. Chapter 17. A Shifting Alibi. Vanessa LaRue tapped her rhinestone-encrusted pen against the reception desk of Pause and Relax with the same urgency as a woodpecker with an espresso addiction. Gone was her earlier fluid composure, replaced by the tightly wound anxiety of someone who just found an IRS envelope in their mailbox. "I need to clarify something about my previous statement," she said, glancing nervously at the security camera in the corner. Gumbo had returned to Pause and Relax after Linda texted him some surprising DNA results from the greenhouse blood samples. He hadn't expected Vanessa to practically ambush him in the lobby, intercepting him before Tiffany with an "I could recite her sunshine and rainbows" greeting. "Clarify," Gumbo repeated, mentally translating from Florida speak to reality. "You mean change your story?" "Refine," Vanessa corrected, her smile tight enough to crack walnuts. "Perhaps we could speak somewhere more private than next to the tropical fish sensory tank." She led him past the parakeet pedicure parlor, a phrase Gumbo never thought he'd even mentally construct, to a back office where framed certificates proclaiming expertise in everything from feline feng shui to reptilian reflexology covered the walls. A massive desk dominated the room, its surface conspicuously clean, except for a crystal paperweight shaped like a Pomeranian. "I wasn't entirely forthcoming about the evening Elias disappeared," Vanessa admitted, perching on the edge of her desk like a flamingo contemplating whether the water was too cold. "That's shocking," Gumbo deadpanned. "I never would have guessed from your completely different colored shoes in the security footage." Vanessa's perfectly penciled eyebrows arched in surprise. "You noticed that?" "I'm a detective. Noticing things is literally the job description." She sighed, deflating slightly. "Rufus was here that night, but not the entire time I initially suggested." "Go on." "He left around 9:30. Said he needed to make a call in private." She twisted a large emerald ring on her finger. "He asked me to make sure the security footage showed him still here. For business reasons," he claimed. "And you just happened to have a look-alike handy." "My assistant Jorge is approximately Rufus's height and build." From behind, on grainy security footage. She shrugged. "I changed clothes 3 times that night to make it appear we were moving through the facility together. That's a lot of effort for business reasons." Rufus is a generous benefactor to Pause and Relax. The exotic animal wing is named after him. "Of course it is," Gumbo muttered. "So where was Sterling really going that night?" "He didn't say. But he returned at 11:20, exactly as I testified. He seemed agitated. His knuckles were bruised." She leaned forward, voice dropping. Mr. Malone, I'm only telling you this now because he lied to me. He said it was just business, but then I saw the news about Elias. And you're worried you might be aiding and abetting? I'm worried I might be next. Her voice quavered. This morning, I found Orville dead. Orville. My prize African gray parrot. The one that could mimic any voice perfectly. He helped with the lonely pets. Her eyes welled with tears that somehow didn't disturb her mascara. His neck was broken. The cage was still locked. Gumbo frowned. Either Vanessa was an exceptional actress, or her fear was genuine. Possibly both. Why come to me instead of the police? He asked. Rufus has half the department in his pocket. The other half is afraid of him. She pulled a business card from her desk drawer. The night after Elias disappeared, Rufus met with this man at the marina. I saw them when I was walking my emotional support ferret. The card read, Maximilian Voss, real estate investment specialist with a Miami phone number. Rufus claimed he was with you at the time Elias disappeared, Gumbo said. Now you're saying he wasn't. So who's his real alibi? That's what I'm telling you, Vanessa insisted. He said he was meeting with Voss. That's his alibi. I'm just the cover story. Gumbo pocketed the card, making a mental note to have Linda run the name through her database. And you're coming clean now, because… Dead parrot, she said flatly. Locked cage. Connect the dots, Mr. Malone. So, Vanessa's throwing Sterling under the bus? Linda asked, squinting at the business card Gumbo had handed her. They were sitting at a corner table in the Cedar Key diner, where the coffee tasted like it had been filtered through a fisherman's boot, but the key lime pie made you forgive all culinary sins. Complete reversal from her previous statement, Gumbo confirmed. According to her new timeline, Sterling had plenty of opportunity to visit Devereux's greenhouse during his convenient absence. Which matches our DNA results. Linda tapped a manila folder on the table. Blood from the greenhouse belongs to Sterling, not Devereux. Small amount, consistent with a cut or scrape. Sterling told me he hadn't seen Devereux in weeks before the disappearance. Another lie to add to the collection. Linda took a slug of the abominable coffee without flinching, a testament to years of police station brew. I ran this Voss character through our system. High-end real estate investor with connections to some questionable development projects in the Everglades. No criminal record, but several EPA violations that mysteriously disappeared. Sterling's type of people, Gumbo mused. You think Voss is involved in Devereux's disappearance? I think anyone connected to Sterling and vanishing wetlands deserves a closer look. She tilted her head. You seem distracted today. Not your usual laser focus on creating chaos in my investigation. Just tired, Gumbo deflected, though his mind had indeed drifted several times to High Tide Cafe and its straight-talking proprietor. Aha. Linda's expression shifted to something dangerous, amusement. Nothing to do with Eleanor Hightower's cafe being your new breakfast spot 3 days running. Gumbo nearly choked on his pie. How did you? Small town big mouths. She smirked. Plus, I might have had breakfast there myself once or twice. Good coffee. Better owner. It's not I'm just, he stopped, recognizing the futility. The coffee is excellent. And Ellie's just your barista? Her skepticism could have stripped paint. She's a potential witness, Gumbo recovered. Her cafe overlooks the marina where Sterling docks his garish boat. Right. And your dreamy expression, whenever her name comes up, is strictly professional. Gumbo scowled, though there wasn't much heat behind it. Can we focus on the case? Sterling lied about his whereabouts. His blood was in Devereux's greenhouse. Vanessa is suddenly terrified of him. Fine, change the subject. Linda made a note in her ever-present notepad. But if you're getting involved with Ellie, You should know she has history in this town. Her husband's death wasn't as straightforward as the official report suggests. That caught Gumbo's attention. What do you mean? Thomas Hightower, successful real estate attorney. Found drowned after his boat supposedly hit a submerged log during a night fishing trip 3 years ago. No witnesses. Accident. Officially. Linda's gaze was steady. But Thomas was representing a group of environmental activists suing to stop a major development project. Let me guess, Sterling's project. Got it in one. Linda closed her folder. I'm not saying there's a connection, but everything in Florida is connected, Gumbo finished, mind racing. Like an ecosystem. Speaking of connections, Linda said, watching him carefully, Ellie mentioned you twice in the first 5 minutes when I had breakfast there this morning. Something about hurricane survival coffee and your aversion to fedoras. Despite himself, Gumbo felt a ridiculous warmth spread through his chest. She did. Like a teenager, talking about prom night. Linda rolled her eyes. God help me, I'm stuck in a middle-aged romance novel. I'm pursuing leads, not romance, Gumbo insisted, though he wasn't entirely convincing even to himself. Sure you are. Linda gathered her files, preparing to leave. Just remember, in Florida, everyone has secrets. Even charming cafe owners with great coffee. As she slid out of the booth, she added, by the way, your shirt's buttoned wrong. And you've got a bit of, is that organic sugar scrub on your collar? Gumbo glanced down to discover his shirt was indeed buttoned incorrectly. He'd dressed in a hurry that morning, after spilling coffee on his first choice. He absolutely hadn't been distracted thinking about green eyes and hurricane survival coffee. Case notes, he muttered. Was reviewing case notes and not paying attention. Right. Linda's knowing smile was the smuggest thing in 3 counties. Case notes. Tell Ellie I said hello next time you're conducting your investigation at her counter. After she left, Gumbo pulled out Maximilian Voss's business card again, turning it over in his fingers. The web was getting more tangled by the day. Sterling, Vanessa, mysterious Miami investors, environmental permits, and now possibly a connection to Ellie's husband's death. Florida wasn't just a state. It was a conspiracy theory with better weather and questionable fashion choices. Chapter 18, Moonlight and Mangroves. The Rusty Anchor wasn't so much a seafood shack as it was a shrine to marine taxidermy gone wrong. Every conceivable surface displayed some form of aquatic life that had met its end, been stuffed with questionable skill, and mounted at precarious angles. A 7-foot swordfish with a permanently surprised expression hung above the bar. A pufferfish light fixture cast eerie shadows across tables made from repurposed boat hatches. Gumbo arrived 15 minutes early, second-guessing his choice of venue. The Rusty Anchor had the best grouper sandwich in 3 counties, but it also had personality, which was restaurant reviewer code for a tetanus risk. Too late now. He'd already secured the corner table with the least alarming decor. Only one shark jaw and a crab that appeared to be waving frantically for help. Checking your escape routes. Ellie appeared beside him, wearing a simple blue dress that somehow made her eyes look even more like the Gulf on a clear day. Her hair was down tonight, copper streaks catching the light from the questionable pufferfish chandelier. Tactical assessment, Gumbo corrected, standing to pull out her chair. I was calculating the likelihood of that marlin breaking free and impaling unsuspecting diners. Ellie glanced at the fish in question, its faded bill pointing accusingly at the restrooms. I'd be more concerned about the octopus over the kitchen door. Those tentacles are held up by fishing line and what appears to be chewing gum. That's what gives this place its charm. Gumbo grinned. That, and the fact that nobody's requested a health inspection since the Reagan administration. And yet you bring a date here. Bold strategy. Her smile took any sting from the words. I figured anyone who can handle corporate budget meetings can handle the rusty anchor's ambiance. He handed her a laminated menu stained with substances best left unidentified. Plus, they serve the freshest seafood in Cedar Key. The owner's brother-in-law runs a fishing charter, Ellie nodded. Martin catches it in the morning. Hector serves it by evening. No middleman. You're well informed for someone relatively new to town. The cafe business runs on local gossip and wholesale seafood prices. I make it my business to know both. A waitress with anchor tattoos covering both arms delivered 2 sweating glasses of tea without being asked. The usual, Gumbo. And for the lady? I'll have what he's having, Ellie said. Assuming it won't give me mercury poisoning. Grouper sandwich with extra key lime aioli and a side of conch fritters, the waitress confirmed. And no, the health department hasn't shut us down yet, despite their best efforts. As she walked away, Ellie raised an eyebrow. The usual. Are you a rusty anchor regular? Only for their grouper sandwich. A man has to have standards. Says the man with mysterious stains on most of his wardrobe. Those are character marks. This shirt has seen things. I believe it. Ellie sipped her tea. So, you promised me the full story of how a corporate operations director became a private eye chasing art thieves. No professional confidentiality tonight. I want the unauthorized biography. Gumbo leaned back, studying her. There was something about Ellie that invited confidences. Maybe it was the way she looked at you, directly, without artifice, like she actually wanted the truth rather than a socially acceptable version of it. The short version. I got laid off, moved to Florida on a whim, met a drunk guy at a bar who convinced me being a pie was easy money. And now I'm investigating stolen artwork, missing orchid collectors, and a man whose teeth are suspiciously white. And the long version requires more alcohol than iced tea provides. Their food arrived. Massive sandwiches on Cuban bread with golden conch fritters steaming on the side. The grouper was perfectly cooked, the key lime aioli tangy and rich. Good Lord, Ellie mumbled around a bite. This almost justifies the health code violations. Told you. So what's next in the thrilling adventures of Gumbo Malone pie? More art heists. Suspicious widows. Alligator wrestling. Would you believe all 3 might be connected? He found himself sharing details of the case. The stolen artwork containing coded information about orchid locations, the peculiar circumstances of Devereux's disappearance, Sterling's too-perfect alibi. Ellie listened intently, occasionally asking surprisingly insightful questions that made Gumbo wonder if accounting had more in common with detective work than he'd realized. So these paintings, they're basically smuggler's maps disguised as terrible tourist art, she clarified. Exactly. And whoever the pelican is, they're stealing specific paintings containing routes to rare orchid locations. Follow the money, Ellie said simply. That's always the key. Who profits from having exclusive access to these locations? Before Gumbo could answer, he noticed a familiar figure seated at the bar. Hector Martinez, Sterling's head of security. The man was nursing a whiskey, but his attention wasn't on his drink. His eyes, reflected in the mirror behind the bar, were fixed firmly on Gumbo and Ellie. Gumbo shifted positions, angling himself to block Ellie from Martinez's view without making it obvious he'd noticed the surveillance. Something wrong? Ellie asked, too perceptive to miss the change in his demeanor. Don't look now, but we have an audience. Bar, third stool from the left. To her credit, Ellie didn't immediately turn around. Instead, she casually reached for her water glass, using the movement to glance toward the bar. Crew cut. Shoulders like a linebacker. That's the one. Rufus Sterling's security chief. Should I be concerned that my dinner date is under surveillance? Probably nothing, Gumbo lied, not wanting to alarm her. Sterling's paranoid, that's all. Ellie's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't do that. Do what? The protective male, minimizing. If there's risk, I'd rather know. Gumbo sighed. Fair enough. I've been getting closer to something Sterling doesn't want found. This could be a warning, or just monitoring. Either way, I'm sorry it's affecting our evening. Much better. She nodded approvingly. Now, how about we give him something boring to report back? They lingered over key lime pie, deliberately keeping their conversation to mundane topics. The best place to buy fresh shrimp, whether the new traffic light on Main Street was necessary, Ellie's ongoing battle with the espresso machine at her cafe. All the while, Martinez maintained his position at the bar, occasionally pretending to check his phone. When they finally left, Gumbo insisted on walking Ellie home despite her protests that she'd been managing just fine without an escort for 5 decades. It's not that I doubt your ability to fend off attackers, he explained, as they strolled along the moonlit harbor. It's that I'm selfishly extending our evening. Smooth talker. Corporate meetings must have been entertaining with you running the show. Her cottage sat on stilts near the water, a cheerful yellow structure with white trim and a wraparound porch adorned with wind chimes and potted herbs. As they reached her steps, the full moon cast silver light across mangroves swaying in the gentle breeze. This was nice, Ellie said, pausing on the bottom step. The position brought her eyes level with his. Despite your friend at the bar. I'd like to do it again. Preferably without the surveillance. I'd like that too. Her expression grew serious. But Gumbo, I don't do damsel in distress. If your case is bringing trouble, be straight with me. Crystal clear communication. Corporate would be proud. She smiled at that, then leaned forward and kissed him lightly. Good night, detective. Try not to get murdered before our second date. I'll do my best. Gumbo waited until she was safely inside before heading back to his houseboat, his mind replaying the evening, the warmth of her smile, the sharpness of her questions, the softness of her lips. For the first time since arriving in Florida, he felt something beyond the case, beyond his reinvention as a pie. Something that felt suspiciously like possibility. The feeling lasted precisely 17 minutes, the time it took him to reach his houseboat and discover someone had ransacked it completely. Drawers upended, furniture slashed, case notes scattered. And on his bed, carefully arranged like some macabre art installation, lay a message crafted from cut-out pictures of orchids. Back off before you wilt. So much for not getting murdered before the second date. Chapter 19, A Suspect's Game. The salty Pelican breakfast shack had been Gumbo's morning ritual since washing up in Cedar Key, partly for their blackened grouper Benedict, partly because the outdoor patio allowed him to pretend he was networking while actually eavesdropping on fishing guides and their tall tales. This morning, however, the ritual was disrupted by an unexpected delivery. Order up for table 7, bellowed Marge, the 60-something waitress whose volume control seemed permanently stuck at maritime distress signal. Gumbo looked up from his case notes to see not Marge, but a brilliant blue parrot perched on the edge of his table, its head tilted as if appraising the quality of his coffee. That ain't yours, Marge called, appearing with his actual breakfast. That's the 3rd damn bird that's flown in here this morning. Frank's about ready to get his BB gun. The parrot fixed Gumbo with an unsettlingly intelligent stare and opened its beak. Check under the napkin holder, detective. It squawked in a voice that sounded suspiciously like it had been trained through repetition. Excuse me? Gumbo blinked at the bird. Check under the napkin holder, detective, the parrot repeated, then snatched a home fry from his plate and took flight, narrowly missing an elderly couple's matching sun visors. Gumbo lifted the metal napkin holder. Underneath was a playing card, the Jack of Spades, with neat handwriting across the face. Devereux had dirt on everyone. Even those who pretend to be clean. Everything okay with your breakfast, sugar? Marge asked, eyeing the card. Fine, Gumbo said distractedly. Marge, how many birds did you say came in this morning? 3 so far. All carrying on like they're auditioning for pirate movies. She shook her head. Frank says it's a sign of the apocalypse. Did they deliver anything to other customers? Now that you mention it, that red one dropped something on Old Man Jenkins' table. He thought it was bird poop at first, nearly had a conniption. Gumbo scanned the patio. No sign of Jenkins or the something. He tucked the playing card into his pocket and had just returned to his grouper when a green parrot landed with military precision beside his orange juice. The flowers tell the real story, this one announced, depositing a small pressed orchid petal before launching skyward again. Gumbo gently placed the delicate petal beside the playing card in his pocket. His appetite suddenly diminished. Someone was playing games, expensive games that involved trained exotic birds, which narrowed the suspect list considerably. He'd barely processed this thought when a third parrot, yellow with blue wing tips, swooped down, dropped a small USB drive next to his fork, and departed with a stolen piece of toast. Frank. Marge hollered toward the kitchen. Get the net. They're getting bolder. Gumbo pocketed the USB drive and threw cash on the table, his mind racing through possibilities. Trained birds. Cryptic messages. Someone with resources was toying with him, watching him piece together their breadcrumbs while staying one step ahead. His phone buzzed. Linda. Please tell me you're not responsible for the avian invasion at the Salty Pelican, he answered. What the hell are you talking about? Linda's voice crackled through the speaker. Never mind. What's up? DNA results came back on that blood from Devereaux's greenhouse. Not his. Gumbo paused halfway to his jeep. Whose? Unknown male. Not in the system. But there's more. Trace evidence shows pollen from extremely rare orchids. The kind that needs specialized care. Like Vanessa's exotic pet spa might provide. Or like half a dozen greenhouses in the county. Don't get tunnel vision, Gumbo. He climbed into his jeep, cranking the AC against the already suffocating morning heat. Anything on our art thief? The Pelican struck again last night. Hillsborough County Museum. Single painting taken. A Florida landscape featuring, you guessed it, rare orchids. They're taunting us, Gumbo muttered, thinking of the 3 parrots and their deliveries. Who's they? Not sure yet. I'll call you back. He ended the call and headed straight for the one place he could think in peace, Ellie's Cafe. The morning rush would be over. The lunch crowd not yet arrived. Perfect timing for analyzing mysterious parrot messages without looking completely unhinged. Ellie was wiping down tables when he entered, her face brightening. 2 visits in 1 week. I'm flattered. Need a quiet corner and industrial-strength coffee, Gumbo said, his expression causing her smile to falter. Back booth. I'll bring the coffee. No questions, just understanding. Another reason he was drawn to her. Once settled with a steaming mug of coffee that could dissolve spoons, Gumbo spread his peculiar collection on the table, the playing card, the orchid petal, and after careful consideration, the USB drive, which he was not inserting into his laptop until he had it thoroughly checked. Ellie appeared with a coffee refill and surveyed his display. Should I ask? Someone's sending me messages via trained parrots. She nodded, as if this were perfectly reasonable. Florida's version of carrier pigeons. Less reliable, but more colorful. This isn't just someone being cute, Gumbo said, pointing to the items. This is calculated. 3 different birds, 3 different locations in the restaurant, 3 different deliveries. May I? Ellie gestured to the chair opposite him. Gumbo nodded, watching as she studied each item with methodical precision. Jack of spades, she mused. Traditional interpretation is either a friend or enemy, usually someone clever and resourceful. You know tarot. Accounting, she corrected. But a little playing card symbolism, too. This petal, that's a ghost orchid, isn't it? You know orchids. My husband collected them. A shadow crossed her face. Became obsessed after our trip to Ecuador. Started with common varieties, graduated to rare specimens. Had a special greenhouse built. Gumbo leaned forward. Your husband was an orchid collector? Among other hobbies. She touched the petal gingerly. These are nearly impossible to find legally. They're endangered, protected. Black market only, usually. A connection flickered in Gumbo's mind. The USB drive might have more clues, but I'm hesitant to plug unknown hardware into my computer. I know someone who can check it safely, Ellie offered. Former IT security guy. Got tired of corporate life, opened a bait shop. Still does electronic sweeps for paranoid retirees, convinced their toasters are spying on them. You really do know everyone. Small-town survival skill. She gathered the items carefully. I'll take these to Hector. He'll call when they're cleared. I can't ask you to get involved in this. You didn't ask. I offered. She fixed him with those Gulf water green eyes. Besides, whoever's playing this game clearly wants an audience. What better way to frustrate them than to expand your resources? Before Gumbo could respond, his phone chimed with a text message from an unknown number. Enjoyed breakfast? More courses to come. Next serving, Lighthouse Point, 3 p.m. Come alone, or the feast ends permanently. He showed the message to Ellie, whose expression hardened. They're watching you. Appears so. What are you going to do? Gumbo drained his coffee, the burn in his throat focusing his mind. Spring the trap, but not the way they expect. That's either very brave or monumentally stupid. Welcome to my investigative methodology. He stood, hesitating before adding, I know we barely know each other, but I could use someone with your analytical skills on this case. Because I can identify orchids and playing card symbolism. Because you see patterns where others see coincidences. He gestured to the items she'd gathered. And because whoever's orchestrating this parrot symphony seems to know an awful lot about things your late husband was interested in. Ellie's face went perfectly still. You think there's a connection between my husband and Devereux? I think there are no coincidences in Florida, just conspiracies we haven't mapped yet. She nodded once, decisively. I'll help. But Gumbo, if someone's using trained exotic birds to send messages, they're either brilliant or unhinged. Or both, Gumbo said grimly. The most dangerous combination. As they parted ways outside the cafe, Gumbo watched an ordinary brown pelican glide overhead, and found himself checking to see if it carried anything in its beak. The game was escalating, and he couldn't shake the sense that the rules were written in a language he hadn't yet learned to read, a language composed of orchid petals, playing cards, and the calculated chaos of a mind that treated investigations like chess matches. And in chess, the pawns were always sacrificed first. Chapter 20. The Red Herring. This is it. Gumbo slapped the folder down on Linda's desk with the triumphant air of a game show contestant who's just solved the puzzle before the buzzer. We've been looking at this all wrong. Linda glanced up from her computer screen, the dark circles under her eyes suggesting she'd been mainlining coffee since Tuesday. Please tell me you brought actual evidence and not another theory about alien orchid thieves. That was one time, and I was sleep-deprived. Gumbo flipped open the folder. Meet Brandon Treadwell, former site manager for Devereux Development. Fired 6 months ago for, get this, misappropriation of company resources. Linda's expression shifted from exhausted dismissal to reluctant interest. Go on. Treadwell oversaw the initial clearing work at Heron Bay. When Devereux caught him skimming materials, selling off lumber, pocketing petty cash, he not only fired him but also made sure he couldn't get work with any other developer in 3 counties. And this connects to our missing orchid enthusiast. How exactly? Gumbo extracted a printout of a social media post showing a red-faced man with a military haircut holding a fish the size of a small child. The caption read, "Catch of the day beats working for that snake Devereaux any day #revenge #best served cold." Posted 2 days before Devereaux disappeared, Gumbo pointed out. And here's the kicker. Treadwell's brother-in-law owns a landscaping business specializing in exotic plants. The kind of place that might have connections to move rare orchids on the black market. Linda studied the photo, her detective instincts visibly wrestling with skepticism. It's thin. Thinner than sterling spray tan. Maybe. But Treadwell has no alibi for the night Devereaux vanished. His ex-wife says he was supposed to pick up their kid for weekend visitation, but never showed. Claimed his truck broke down, but the mechanic he supposedly called has no record of it. How'd you get all this? Linda's eyes narrowed. Let's just say Ellie knows the ex-wife's sister from her book club, and people talk after their third glass of Pinot Grigio. You're using retirement community gossip as an investigative technique now. In Florida, it's more reliable than half your police databases. Gumbo tapped the folder. There's more. Treadwell suddenly paid off his boat loan last week. $6,000. Cash. Linda leaned back in her chair, the springs protesting like they were filing a workplace grievance. So a guy with a history of financial impropriety and a public grudge against our victim suddenly comes into money right after said victim disappears along with his valuable plants. And that's not all. Gumbo pulled out his phone, swiping to a photo of a muddy boot print. This was outside Devereaux's greenhouse. Size 13 Timberland Pro work boot with a distinctive wear pattern on the heel. Let me guess, Treadwell wears size 13 Timberlands. According to his ex-wife's sister's book club friend, who dated him briefly before discovering his collection of taxidermied squirrels posed in human situations. Linda pinched the bridge of her nose. Jesus, Gumbo. I know it sounds. No, it's actually solid. Weird how you got there, but solid. She took the folder, flipping through the contents. This is enough for a warrant. Gumbo felt a surge of satisfaction. His first real break in the case. And it wasn't even based on a drunken tip from someone at the Rusty Pelican. This was actual detective work. Sort of. I'm going to find him, Gumbo announced. Treadwell's got a fishing cabin out near Palmetto Creek. If he's hiding anything or anyone, it'll be there. Linda's head snapped up. Absolutely not. We'll serve the warrant. You stay clear. But I found the lead. And if you contaminate my crime scene, I'll contaminate your face with my fist. Linda stood, already reaching for her service weapon. This isn't corporate team building, Gumbo. You don't get participation trophies for showing up at a potential murder site. I'm just saying you're not a cop. Stay in your lane. Gumbo opened his mouth to argue, but was interrupted by his phone chiming. A text from Ellie, coffee later. Found something interesting in old Meridian Trust files. Might connect to your case. He texted back a quick affirmative before looking up at Linda. Fine. Your show. But keep me in the loop. If there's anything to loop you in on. Linda was already calling for backup, all business now. And Gumbo? Good work. Despite your unorthodox methods involving Pinot Grigio and squirrel taxidermy. Coming from Linda, this was practically a Nobel nomination. 3 hours later, Gumbo sat at a back table in the High Tide Cafe, watching Ellie spread printouts across the surface with the precision of a card dealer at a high-stakes poker table. I kept copies of everything before I left Meridian, she explained, tapping a spreadsheet filled with numbers that made Gumbo's eyes cross. Force of habit. Also, a potential insurance policy against ending up as an unidentified body in the Everglades. Corporate America, where paranoia is just good career planning. Exactly. She slid one document forward. This is a loan approval for Sterling Properties from 6 years ago. Notice anything? Gumbo studied the paper. Besides the obscene amount of money, the collateral. Sterling put up 3 properties, including the Heron Bay parcel, which he didn't legally own yet. How's that possible? That's where it gets interesting. Ellie's eyes lit up with the distinctive gleam of someone who'd caught someone else's hand in the financial cookie jar. The ownership transfer from the previous holder to Sterling is dated 2 weeks after this loan closed. But here, she pointed to a notary stamp, the date was originally different. Someone altered it. Gumbo leaned closer. They backdated the property transfer. Classic fraud. Sterling got approval for millions by claiming collateral he didn't own. By the time anyone might notice, he'd already completed the purchase using the fraudulently obtained funds. And Devereux. His signature is on the transfer documents as the development partner. He had to know. Gumbo sat back, mental gears grinding. So they were both involved in bank fraud years ago. But why would that lead to Devereux's disappearance now? Ellie tapped another document. Because the loan is coming due for final balloon payment. $30 million due end of this month. If anyone started digging into the original collateral during refinancing, they'd discover the fraud. Gumbo frowned. But why would Sterling eliminate his partner over something they were both guilty of? Maybe Devereux was threatening to come clean. Trying to back out of Heron Bay entirely because of those protected species they found. Ellie suggested. Or maybe? Gumbo's phone rang. Linda. Tell me you found Treadwell, he answered. Linda's voice came through tight with controlled fury. Oh, we found him all right. Passed out drunk on his fishing boat with 3 buddies. They've been on a 4-day bender, celebrating his winnings from an illegal sawgrass poker game. $6,000 worth. The boat payment, Gumbo muttered. Got receipts from the underground game operator and everything. None of these idiots has been sober enough to kidnap a 6-piece chicken nugget, let alone orchestrate a disappearance. And those boot prints? Treadwell was wearing sandals when we picked him up. Says he hasn't worn his work boots since getting fired. So he's not. A complete red herring. Your lead is deader than my hopes for a normal Florida case. Linda sighed heavily. We're back to square one. Or I am, anyway. Gumbo caught Ellie's questioning look across the table. Maybe not, he said slowly, staring at the loan documents. I think I've got something else. Something bigger. What is it? Let me confirm a few things first, Gumbo hedged, suddenly unsure about sharing Ellie's discovery. Something wasn't adding up. I'll call you back. He hung up, meeting Ellie's gaze. Treadwell's a dead end. Just a disgruntled ex-employee who hit it big at an illegal poker game. Convenient timing. Too convenient, Gumbo agreed. Almost like. Someone wanted you to find him, Ellie finished. A distraction. Gumbo gathered up the loan documents, his mind racing. He'd been so proud of his detective work, so certain he'd found the key. Instead, he'd been chasing exactly what someone wanted him to chase. The investigative equivalent of a dog pursuing a mechanical rabbit at a greyhound track. I need to talk to Sterling, he said. Right now. Ellie touched his arm. Be careful. If he's willing to set up this elaborate misdirection with Treadwell, then I've been playing checkers while he's been playing 3-dimensional chess. Gumbo stood, tucking the documents into his weathered messenger bag. Thanks for this, Ellie. It might be the real break we needed. Just remember, people who commit financial fraud rarely stop at just one crime. It's a pattern of behavior. As Gumbo headed for the door, the setting sun cast long shadows across the cafe floor. He'd been so certain he was closing in on the truth, but now he realized he might have been deliberately led down the wrong path. The question was, Who was doing the letting and why? One thing was certain. In this case, the red herring stank worse than week-old fish bait. And in Florida, that was really saying something. Chapter 21. Numbers Don't Lie. Gumbo spread the financial documents across Ellie's dining table, which overlooked the Gulf through windows still streaked with salt from the previous week's storm. Sunset painted the water in shades of amber and rose, but neither of them was admiring the view. They were too busy following the paper trail of Rufus Sterling's business empire, which was proving to be about as straightforward as an octopus's family tree. See this? Ellie tapped a column of figures with a pencil eraser. This shell company, Mangrove Acquisitions, it's funneling money into Sterling's main development corporation, but there's no legitimate revenue source. Gumbo squinted at the numbers. After 3 hours of financial archaeology, his eyes were beginning to cross. Could be investor capital. Not with this pattern. Ellie shook her head, her auburn hair catching the fading sunlight. Investors don't make identical deposits every third Thursday like clockwork. This is laundering, pure and simple. You're sure? I spent 2 decades tracking financial fraud. This has all the subtlety of a neon sign in a monastery. She circled another entry. And look at these permit fees. They're reporting payments triple the actual rates. Gumbo rubbed his eyes, leaving his reading glasses perched atop his head. Slush fund. Bingo. Ellie's expression was grim satisfaction mixed with professional outrage. Paying off someone to look the other way. Probably whoever's responsible for those environmental assessments. They had been at this since mid-afternoon, after Gumbo's investigation into the supposed disgruntled employee had fallen apart like a sandcastle at high tide. The employee, a gangly kid named Trevor who had supposedly threatened Devereux, turned out to have a rock-solid alibi. He'd been in a Miami hospital having his appendix removed the night Devereux disappeared. With that lead evaporated, Gumbo had turned to the financial angle, and Ellie had offered her expertise. What had started as a favor was rapidly becoming a full-blown collaboration. So Sterling's bribing officials to overlook environmental violations, Gumbo mused, pouring himself another cup of coffee from the thermal carafe Ellie had prepared. That's motive for silencing Devereux if he discovered it, but it doesn't tell us how he did it. No, but it establishes a pattern of criminality, Ellie replied, organizing the papers into neat stacks. A man willing to bribe government officials is a man willing to do whatever it takes to protect his investments. Gumbo watched her methodical movements, appreciating the precision with which she approached the problem. In his corporate days, he'd known plenty of financial analysts, but none who could make spreadsheets and bank statements read like a crime novel. "Why are you helping me with this?" he asked suddenly. Ellie paused, her hands hovering over the documents. "Because you asked. There's more to it. You've dedicated hours to this case, and it's not just professional courtesy." She sat back in her chair, the fading light casting half her face in shadow. For a moment, she seemed to debate with herself about how much to reveal. 3 years ago, my husband died in what the police called a boating accident, she said finally. Robert was investigating similar environmental corruption for the Tampa Tribune. He was working on a story about developers building on unstable land, sinkholes, flood zones, you name it. Gumbo felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. "And you think it wasn't an accident?" "I know it wasn't." Ellie's voice was quiet but firm. "The week before he died, Robert told me he'd found evidence of a developer bribing county officials to alter soil stability reports. He was excited, said it was the biggest story of his career." "Did he mention any names?" "No. He was careful that way, protecting his sources." She took a sip of her coffee, grimacing at its coldness. "The day he died, he called to say he was meeting someone who could provide the final piece of evidence he needed. His boat was found drifting the next morning. No body was ever recovered. Did you tell the police? Of course. They investigated for all of 2 weeks before ruling it an accident. Said he probably fell overboard in rough waters. Bitterness tinged her words. The chief investigator was golfing buddies with the county commissioner. Gumbo reached across the table, covering her hand with his. I'm sorry, Ellie. She turned her hand over, gripping his briefly before pulling away. When you told me about Sterling's development and the environmental concerns, it hit too close to home. I couldn't just stand by. Do you think there's a connection? I don't know. But these schemes are never isolated incidents. The people who do this, they don't just corrupt one project. It's a business model for them. Gumbo nodded, understanding dawning. So helping me isn't just about finding Devereux. It's about finishing what Robert started. Ellie stood, walking to the window. The sun had set fully now, leaving only a thin line of purple on the horizon. I've been collecting information for 3 years, trying to piece together what he was working on. Your case might be the missing link. Gumbo joined her at the window, his reflection ghostly in the glass. That's why you opened a cafe in Cedar Key? To keep investigating? A small smile tugged at her lips. You'd be amazed what people talk about over coffee. Especially contractors, real estate agents, county workers. Sometimes the best intelligence gathering happens over blueberry muffins. Clever. Necessary. She turned to face him. I'm not just helping you, Gumbo. We're helping each other. Their eyes met, and Gumbo felt something shift between them, a new understanding, a shared purpose that went beyond the tentative attraction that had been building since that rainy afternoon in her cafe. These financial records, he said, gesturing toward the table. They're enough to prove Sterling's bribing officials, but not enough to connect him to Devereux's disappearance. No, but look at this. Ellie returned to the table, pulling out a particular document. These payments to mangrove acquisitions stopped abruptly 3 days after Devereux disappeared. Then, 2 weeks later, they resumed at twice the previous amount. Gumbo studied the document. Like someone was being paid extra to keep quiet about something more serious than environmental violations. Exactly. Ellie's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of a puzzle piece falling into place. And look at the signature on the incorporation documents for mangrove acquisitions. He squinted at the faded photocopy. T. Harrington? Thomas Harrington. Captain Thomas Harrington. Gumbo's head snapped up. Linda's supervisor. Ellie nodded grimly. The very same. The police captain, who ruled my husband's death and accident, also happens to be the owner of a shell company receiving regular payments from Rufus Sterling. The implications landed like a sledgehammer. Not only was Sterling bribing officials for environmental clearances, but he had the local police captain in his pocket, a captain who had suspiciously quick-closed investigations that might have exposed the corruption. This changes everything, Gumbo said quietly. If Harrington's involved, then your friend Linda might not know who she's really working for, Ellie finished. And any evidence against Sterling could disappear as quickly as Devereux did. Gumbo stared at the papers spread across the table, no longer seeing financial records, but a web of corruption that had potentially claimed multiple lives. We need more concrete evidence before we can take this to anyone. We'll find it, Ellie said with quiet determination. Numbers don't lie, Gumbo. People do. He looked at her, this widow who had transformed her grief into purpose, who had spent years quietly pursuing justice while serving coffee and muffins to the very people she suspected of wrongdoing. In that moment, Gumbo knew 2 things with absolute certainty. First, Sterling was guilty of far more than he'd initially suspected. And second, he was falling for Eleanor Hightower in a way that went far beyond professional admiration. "Together, then," he said, extending his hand. Ellie took it, her grip firm and warm. "Together." Outside, the first stars appeared over the gulf. Indifferent witnesses to the conspiracy, they were unraveling one spreadsheet at a time. Chapter 22. A Deadly Trap. The abandoned Flamingo Shores development looked like the skeleton of a dream that had died of natural Florida causes: bureaucracy, bankruptcy, and bulldozers that had suddenly stopped mid-demolition. Half-finished concrete foundations stretched across what had once been pristine wetland, now resembling the ruins of a civilization that had evolved just far enough to pour cement before collapsing. Gumbo picked his way across the construction debris, following the directions the disgruntled ex-employee had texted him. Marvin Hofstetter had worked as Devereux's site manager until being fired for excessive environmental concerns, which in Florida development parlance meant he'd pointed out that building luxury condos on a sinkhole might pose certain long-term habitability issues. "I've got documentation proving Sterling knew about the Ghost Orchid Reserve," Marvin had promised over the phone, his voice tight with the particular righteousness of the recently unemployed. "Meet me at the old sales office. Don't tell anyone. They've already tried to buy my silence." The sales office was a double-wide trailer that had seen better decades. Its once teal exterior had faded to the color of a forgotten swimming pool, and hurricane shutters hung at drunken angles from windows plastered with sun-bleached renderings of Flamingo Shores, tomorrow's paradise today. Gumbo checked his watch, 8:17 p.m. Marvin was 17 minutes late, which wouldn't normally trigger concern, except this was Florida, where punctuality was treated with the same casual disregard as speed limits and alligator warning signs. The trailer door hung ajar, squeaking in the evening breeze. "Marvin," Gumbo called, one hand instinctively moving to the small canister of pepper spray Linda had insisted he carry. "It's Gumbo Malone." Silence greeted him, broken only by the distant chorus of frogs announcing their nightly amphibian opera. Every instinct honed through years of corporate backstabbing urged him to walk away. But those same instincts had led to his restructuring, so clearly they weren't infallible. The interior of the trailer was a time capsule of abandoned optimism. Dusty brochures fanned across a reception desk. A scale model of Flamingo Shores displayed rows of miniature Mediterranean-style townhomes surrounding a lake that, in reality, was currently a mud pit with a partially submerged shopping cart. "Marvin," Gumbo called again, flicking on his phone's flashlight to combat the gathering darkness. A rustling sound came from the back office. Gumbo moved cautiously toward it, navigating around a collapsed ceiling tile and what appeared to be an ancient coffee maker sprouting an impressive colony of mold. The back office door was closed. A torn piece of paper had been taped to it, bearing the handwritten message, "Evidence inside." Later, Gumbo would berate himself for not recognizing the obvious trap. But in his defense, he'd only been a PI for a few weeks, and his previous career had involved spreadsheets, not subterfuge. He turned the knob and pushed the door open. The flash was blinding. The bang that followed was deafening. Gumbo fell backward, momentarily certain he'd been shot. It took several seconds of frantic self-patting to realize he was intact. Not shot, just flashbanged by what appeared to be a crude homemade device rigged to the door. As his vision cleared, he became aware of two things simultaneously: the unmistakable smell of gasoline and the sound of flames catching with hungry enthusiasm. "Oh hell," Gumbo muttered, scrambling to his feet. The doorway he'd just opened was now a rectangle of fire, flames licking up the doorframe with alarming speed. The ancient wood paneling of the trailer was catching like kindling at a pyromaniac's convention. He turned toward the front door, only to find that path similarly obstructed by rapidly spreading flames. The fire had been strategically placed, not to kill him instantly, but to trap him in a structure that would become his crematorium. Smoke began filling the trailer, thick and acrid. Gumbo dropped to his knees, mind racing through options that seemed increasingly limited. The windows were small and shuttered. The fire was spreading with the enthusiasm of a Florida real estate boom. His phone. He fumbled it from his pocket, fingers clumsy with panic, and dialed Linda's number. "Hastings," she answered on the third ring. "Linda," Gumbo coughed, smoke searing his lungs. "Flamingo Shores Development. Abandoned sales office. Trapped. Fire." "Jesus, Gumbo." "What?" "Just send help," he wheezed, ending the call to conserve oxygen. The smoke was thickening, visibility dropping to near zero. The heat was building, plastics beginning to melt and bubble. Gumbo crawled toward a window, fumbling with the hurricane shutter's stubborn latch. After what felt like an eternity, the shutter gave way. He smashed the window with his elbow, gasping as relatively fresh air rushed in. The opening was small, too small for his shoulders. He'd need to break the frame. Outside, headlights swept across the property. Not emergency vehicles, too soon for that. A car engine revved, then faded into the distance. Someone watching to make sure the trap was sprung. Gumbo grabbed a metal chair, using it to batter the window frame as the fire roared behind him. Wood splintered, then gave way. He pushed himself through the opening, jagged edges tearing his shirt and skin, tumbling ungracefully onto the sandy ground below. He rolled away from the trailer, coughing and gasping, as flames now visibly licked the roof. The entire structure was doomed, evidence and all, which was clearly the point. When he could breathe again, he reached for his phone to call Ellie. The screen was cracked, but it powered on. He dialed her number, then stared in confusion at the no-service message. Someone had set the trap, watched him enter it, then waited to make sure he couldn't escape, and now his phone signal was being jammed. This wasn't opportunistic, this was methodical. The fire illuminated the abandoned development in flickering orange light, casting long shadows across concrete foundations like the bones of extinct creatures. In the distance, Gumbo could just make out the silhouette of a figure watching from the edge of the property. He struggled to his feet, adrenaline temporarily overriding the pain from his various cuts and bruises. The figure didn't move, just continued observing as the trailer collapsed in on itself in a shower of sparks. Gumbo took a step forward, then another. The figure turned and melted into the darkness of the surrounding swamp. In the far distance, sirens wailed, too late for the evidence but not for him. He slumped back to the ground, watching the flames consume what had clearly been an elaborate setup. Linda would be furious. Ellie would be worried sick. And whoever had lured him here now knew he was getting close to something worth killing for. The false lead had turned deadly, but it had revealed one crucial truth. Someone was desperate enough to commit murder to keep their secrets buried. And they now knew exactly who was digging. Chapter 23. A Revelation. The Cedar Key Memorial Hospital waiting room smelled of industrial disinfectant and broken dreams. Gumbo sat on a plastic chair, seemingly designed by someone who'd heard of human anatomy, but considered it more of a suggestion than a blueprint. His lungs still burned from smoke inhalation, and the nurse had wrapped his lacerated arms in gauze that made him look like a mummy with a drinking problem. Of all the idiotic, half-baked, Darwin Award-worthy stunts, Linda paced before him, her badge glinting under fluorescent lights that did nobody any favors. You walked into an abandoned trailer because a note told you evidence inside. What's next? Following candy trails into gingerbread houses? When you put it that way, it does sound rather gullible, Gumbo admitted, wincing as he shifted position. Every movement reminded him that he'd escaped a fiery death by squeezing through a window frame designed for ventilation, not emergency egress of middle-aged former executives. Gullible? A turnip is gullible. You're whatever comes after gullible, professionally naive. I prefer optimistically trusting, Gumbo countered. Linda snorted. The only thing optimistic was whoever set that trap thinking it would work. It nearly did. Yeah, well. Linda's expression softened momentarily. Good thing you're surprisingly hard to kill for a corporate refugee. The emergency room doors whooshed open, and Ellie burst in, her hair wild and eyes wide. She spotted Gumbo and rushed over, ignoring Linda entirely. "You ridiculous man," she said, voice tight with barely contained emotion. "I turned my back for 5 minutes, and you're starring in your own personal dumpster fire." "Trailer fire, technically," Gumbo corrected. "Not helping your case." Ellie turned to Linda. "Is he cleared to leave?" "Doctor says he's fine. Mild smoke inhalation, some cuts and bruises. Nothing that won't heal, unlike his judgment." Ellie nodded briskly. "I'll take him home. He needs rest and supervision to ensure he doesn't accidentally wander into an active volcano." "I'm sitting right here," Gumbo protested. "Yes, and we're all grateful for that miracle," Ellie replied, her tartness not quite concealing her concern. "Detective, can we continue this tomorrow? I think he's had enough excitement." Linda looked between them, one eyebrow raised in assessment. "Fine. But I need a full statement first thing tomorrow. And Gumbo, no more field trips without backup." After Linda departed, Ellie helped Gumbo to her car, a sensible Subaru that had clearly survived multiple hurricane seasons with dignified resilience. The night air was thick with humidity, nature's way of reminding Floridians that breathing should never be taken for granted. "You disconnected your phone," Ellie said as she drove, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. "I tried calling 8 times. Someone was jamming the signal," Gumbo explained. "After I escaped the trailer. So not only did someone try to kill you, they stuck around to make sure you couldn't call for help." She took a sharp turn with unnecessary vigor. "That's thorough." "It wasn't random," Gumbo said quietly. "Whoever set that trap knew I was following up on Vanessa's connection to the wetland development. They wanted to destroy evidence and eliminate the investigator in one convenient package. And you know this because I've been piecing it together. Sterling's company bought the land for the Heron Bay development through a shell corporation. Vanessa LaRue sits on the board of that shell corporation under her maiden name. The environmental assessment that supposedly cleared the project for development was signed by a consultant who died 3 months before the document was dated." Ellie glanced at him. "You figured all this out before nearly becoming a human s'more." "No. I figured it out while waiting for the doctor." Gumbo shifted uncomfortably. Near-death experiences have a way of focusing the mind. "So, Vanessa and Sterling are partners in this development fraud." "Yes, but there's more." Gumbo closed his eyes, visualizing the connections. "Vanessa's pet spa. It's built on land that was previously protected wetland. Somehow, that protection was removed through a series of bureaucratic maneuvers that would make Kafka weep with admiration. And Devereux. He discovered the fraud. Not because he suddenly grew a conscience, but because he wanted a bigger cut. The disappearance was staged to put pressure on Sterling. But something went wrong. They arrived at Gumbo's houseboat, floating serenely in its slip, as if its owner hadn't nearly been cremated earlier that evening. Ellie helped him aboard, her touch gentler than her words. Inside, Gumbo collapsed onto his worn leather couch while Ellie busied herself making tea. She returned with 2 steaming mugs, sitting beside him with careful deliberation. "There's something you're not telling me," she said, studying his face. Gumbo sipped his tea, buying time. "What makes you say that?" "Because I spent 20 years reading people who were hiding financial irregularities. You've got the same look, like you're calculating how much to reveal." He set down his mug. The environmental reports for Vanessa's property and the Heron Bay development were handled by the same firm, Coastal Evaluations Limited, which is owned by a holding company called Peregrine Investments. And Peregrine Investments is registered to an address that, until 3 years ago, belonged to your late husband." The silence that fell was heavy enough to sink a barge. Ellie's face went carefully blank, the kind of expressionless that takes actual effort. "I was going to tell you," she said finally, "when I was sure I could trust you." "Tell me what, exactly?" "That my husband didn't die in an accident. He was killed because he discovered what Sterling and his partners were doing. Falsifying environmental reports, bribing officials, destroying protected habitats while pretending to preserve them." Her voice was steady, but her hands trembled slightly around her mug. "They're not just building on wetlands. They're using the construction to cover up something else entirely." "What?" "Toxic waste disposal. Those foundations? They're actually containment structures for industrial waste that would cost millions to dispose of legally. Sterling has connections with chemical companies up north. He's charging them to make their problems disappear while presenting himself as an eco-friendly developer." Gumbo stared at her. "That's James Bond villain territory. Florida specializes in real estate villains. We just don't usually notice because they wear Tommy Bahama instead of Nehru jackets." "How long have you known?" "I suspected after Thomas died. His boating accident was too convenient. I've been gathering evidence ever since, using the cafe as my cover." She met his eyes directly. "I didn't plan on you showing up, complicating things." "By complicating, you mean nearly getting barbecued?" "By making me care whether you live or die, you impossible man." She sighed, tension leaving her shoulders. "I didn't expect that part." Gumbo reached for her hand, ignoring the protest from his bandaged arms. "So where does this leave us?" "In danger," Ellie said simply. "They know you're onto them. They'll come after you again, and now probably me too." "I need to tell Linda." "Your detective friend. Can she be trusted?" "With my life." "Several times over, apparently." Ellie nodded. Decision made. "Then we tell her everything. Tomorrow." She squeezed his hand gently. "Tonight you rest. Near immolation earns you at least 8 hours of recovery time." As she moved to leave, Gumbo caught her wrist. "Stay. Just stay." Her eyes softened. "I'm not going anywhere. Someone needs to make sure you don't sleepwalk into another death trap." Outside, the gentle lapping of water against the houseboat's hull provided a deceptive lullaby of tranquility. But as Gumbo drifted toward sleep, Ellie vigilant beside him, he knew the calm was merely intermission. Chapter 24. The Widow's Secret. The High Tide Cafe looked different after hours, its cozy charm replaced by shadow puppet versions of tables and chairs. Gumbo sat across from Ellie, his bandaged hands wrapped around a mug containing something substantially stronger than coffee. 3 days since someone had tried to turn him into a human s'more at the abandoned development, and his lungs still felt like they'd been scrubbed with steel wool. "You're telling me," Ellie said, her voice dangerously calm, "that someone deliberately lured you into a trap, set the building on fire, and then watched to make sure you burned with whatever evidence they were destroying?" "That's the working theory," Gumbo admitted. "Linda's forensics team found remnants of an accelerant timer. Amateur, but effective. And you didn't think this warranted mentioning until now." "I was going to tell you," Gumbo said, shifting uncomfortably. "But then you mentioned that bouillabaisse special, and it seemed like poor conversational timing." "Timing? You were nearly cremated, and you were worried about conversational timing." Ellie stood suddenly, pacing across the worn wooden floorboards. "For a former corporate executive, your risk assessment skills are questionable at best." "That's almost verbatim what my performance review said before they restructured me." Ellie wasn't smiling. "This isn't funny, Gumbo. This isn't some eccentric Florida weirdo smuggling exotic lizards in his underpants. Someone tried to kill you." Which is exactly why I didn't want to worry you. Well, that backfired spectacularly. She returned to the table, sliding into her seat with the determined look of someone who'd reached a difficult decision. I need to show you something. She disappeared into the back office, returning with a weathered accordion file bound with an elastic band. The folder had the defeated look of something that had been opened and closed too many times. I haven't been entirely forthcoming with you either, she said, placing the file on the table between them. My connection to all this isn't accidental. Gumbo tensed. What do you mean? My late husband was Kenneth Hightower. The name clicked in Gumbo's memory. One of the documents from Sterling's development plans, a signature on an environmental impact report. Kenneth Hightower, the environmental consultant. The environmental consultant who died in an unfortunate boating accident 3 years ago, Ellie clarified, making air quotes with a bitterness that suggested the gesture was inadequate for her level of skepticism. 30 years of experience on the water, but somehow he managed to hit a submerged object in a channel he'd navigated hundreds of times. She untied the accordion file, removing a stack of papers and spreading them across the table. Environmental surveys, soil samples, photographs of what appeared to be construction sites. Ken was hired by Mariner Holdings to assess the Heron Bay property for the initial development proposal. What he found was a protected wetland ecosystem that should never have been developed. Mariner Holdings, that's Sterling's company. One of many with conveniently forgettable names. Ellie nodded. Ken documented everything: mercury contamination in the groundwater, endangered species habitats, illegal dredging activities. He was building a case for the Environmental Protection Agency. Gumbo studied a photograph showing a construction site with several men in suits examining blueprints. He recognized Sterling immediately. The white suit and unnaturally white teeth were unmistakable. Beside him stood a thinner man who matched Elias Devereux's driver's license photo. 3 days before Ken was scheduled to submit his findings, Ellie continued, he received a call from Devereux saying he had additional evidence of illegal dumping activities. That night, Ken took the boat out to meet him at an island in the bay. And never returned, Gumbo said softly. They found his boat the next morning, damaged and taking on water. His body washed up 2 days later. Ellie's voice remained steady, but her knuckles whitened around her coffee mug. The official ruling was accidental death. Struck a submerged object, fell overboard, head trauma, drowning. You didn't believe it. Ken could navigate these waters blindfolded during a hurricane. And the head trauma was perfectly centered on the back of his skull. She pulled out another document, an autopsy report with several sections highlighted. The coroner noted it was consistent with impact from a boat propeller, but I've seen fish clubbed on docks. I know what that kind of injury looks like. Gumbo studied the report, his mind connecting pieces like a jigsaw puzzle assembled in reverse, starting with the complete picture and working backward to understand how it was constructed. You opened this cafe to gather information, he realized, the pieces falling into place. Right on the waterfront, where all the local guides and fishermen stop. Where developers and contractors have lunch meetings. Amazing what people will say in front of the woman refilling their iced tea. Ellie's smile was sharp enough to fillet a grouper. I've been building my own case for 3 years. Carefully. Methodically. And then I showed up, blundering around asking the same questions Ken was asking. When Sterling hired you, I thought you might be working for him in a different capacity, making sure there were no loose ends. That's why you were so interested in my investigation. Initially. She met his eyes directly. But then, you nearly got yourself killed in that trailer, and I realized you were as much in the dark as Ken was. Gumbo leaned back, reassessing everything he thought he knew about the case and about Ellie. Why tell me this now? Because whoever tried to kill you is likely the same person who killed my husband. And because, her voice caught momentarily, I'm not letting someone else die because I withheld information. We need to take this to Linda, Gumbo said, already reaching for his phone. No. Ellie's hand stopped his. The local police department has deep ties to the development community. We don't know who we can trust. Linda's not corrupt. Maybe not. But she answers to people who might be. Ellie gathered the documents, returning them to the folder. I've spent 3 years collecting evidence, waiting for someone at the state or federal level to take this seriously. And now we combine what I have with what you've found. We finish what Ken started. Her eyes held a fiery determination that made Gumbo understand exactly why she'd survived 3 years of grief and suspicion. Sterling, Devereux, all of them. They think they can bury their secrets in the swamp. But this is Florida. Nothing stays buried forever. Outside, the tide was coming in, water lapping against the pylons beneath the cafe's deck. Somewhere in the darkness, an osprey called, a high, lonely sound that seemed to carry both warning and promise on the salt-laden breeze. Gumbo looked at Ellie, at the 3 years of determination lined in her face, and knew that whatever came next would change everything. In Florida, the most dangerous creatures weren't always the ones with scales and teeth. Sometimes they wore white suits and signed development deals. And sometimes, the most formidable force was a widow with a file full of evidence and nothing left to lose. Chapter 25: The Real Culprit. The pieces of the puzzle had finally arranged themselves into a picture so obvious that Gumbo felt a special kind of stupid for not seeing it sooner. The kind of stupid that could only be achieved after decades of corporate training had systematically dismantled his common sense and replaced it with PowerPoint proficiency. He spread the documents across Ellie's kitchen table: financial statements, permit applications, environmental impact reports, and the damning geological surveys that Ellie had unearthed from her late husband's files. The coffee had gone cold hours ago, but neither of them had noticed, too engrossed in following the money trail that led directly to Rufus Sterling's gold-plated doorstep. It was Sterling all along, Gumbo said, tapping the geological survey with a finger that hadn't stopped trembling since his near cremation at the abandoned development. He didn't just want Devereux gone because of the protected species delay. He needed him gone because Devereux had found out about this. Ellie nodded, her face illuminated by her laptop screen in the pre-dawn darkness. The entire Heron Bay development is being built on what geologists call catastrophically unstable limestone formations. In layman's terms, giant sinkholes waiting to happen. And Sterling knew. Not just knew, Ellie corrected, pulling up another spreadsheet. He commissioned his own private geological survey 6 months before breaking ground. The results were buried under 17 shell companies and a Cayman Islands holding corporation. But why continue with the development if he knew it was doomed? Ellie gave him the look she reserved for particularly dense tourists who asked if the tide schedule could be adjusted for their convenience. Insurance fraud on an epic scale. The properties are insured for natural disasters to the tune of $457 million. When, not if, those foundations start cracking and homes get swallowed by the earth, Sterling collects while the homeowners get a lifetime of litigation and not much else. Gumbo rubbed his temples, where a headache had taken up permanent residence. And Devereux discovered this when he was doing additional environmental assessments for the protected orchids. Exactly. My Richard was investigating similar patterns before his accident. These men eliminate problems, Gumbo. People are just obstacles to them. Through the kitchen window, the first hints of sunrise painted the sky in watercolor pinks and oranges. Somewhere in the distance, an osprey screeched its morning complaints. We need to take this to Linda, Gumbo said, gathering the documents. This is beyond a missing persons case now. It's fraud, attempted murder, and likely actual murder. You think she'll believe us? These are powerful men with powerful friends. Linda's a lot of things, but corrupt isn't one of them. She'll follow the evidence. Ellie tucked a strand of auburn hair behind her ear, looking suddenly vulnerable. Be careful, Gumbo. My husband thought he had irrefutable evidence too. He reached across the table, taking her hand. I'm not going alone. And I'm certainly not going boating with any of Sterling's associates. The Cedar Key Police Department was already humming with activity when they arrived. Linda's cruiser was parked out front, which saved Gumbo from having to explain to another officer why he was carrying a banker's box full of potentially explosive documents. They found her in her office cubicle, scowling at her computer screen with the intensity of someone contemplating its violent demise. Don't tell me, she said without looking up. You've solved the case, uncovered a massive conspiracy, and need me to drop everything to arrest the richest man in 3 counties. Well, yes, Gumbo admitted, setting the box on her desk. But I brought coffee and those key lime donuts you like, so it evens out. Linda's scowl softened fractionally at the mention of donuts. You have 5 minutes. It took 45. By the time they finished outlining the evidence, the geological surveys, the insurance policies, the shell companies, the pattern of silencing witnesses, Linda's expression had transformed from skepticism to grim determination. So Sterling eliminated Devereux because he discovered the development was being built on Swiss cheese disguised as solid ground, she summarized, leafing through the documents. And he tried to eliminate you because you were getting too close. And don't forget Richard Hightower, Ellie added quietly. My husband's boating accident occurred the day after he contacted the State Environmental Protection Agency about his concerns. Linda placed a hand on Ellie's arm. We'll reopen that investigation, too. She turned to Gumbo. But we need something concrete, tying Sterling directly to Devereux's disappearance. All this is circumstantial. What about the blood in the greenhouse? Gumbo asked. You said you were running DNA tests. Linda's expression darkened. Results came back inconclusive. Sample was contaminated. Contaminated? Or made to look contaminated? What are you suggesting? Someone in your department might be on Sterling's payroll. Linda's jaw tightened. That's a serious accusation, Gumbo. These are serious crimes, Linda. She stared at him for a long moment, then picked up her phone. Jenkins, bring me the Devereux evidence log. The whole thing. While they waited, Gumbo outlined his theory about Sterling's methodology. He doesn't do the dirty work himself. He delegates. The trap at Flamingo Shores was professional, someone with military or law enforcement background. Or a firefighter who knows how fires spread, Linda murmured, her expression troubled. Officer Jenkins appeared with a thick file. The Devereux log, detective. Thanks. Linda waited until he left before opening it. Let's see who handled the blood evidence. She flipped through pages, her frown deepening. This doesn't make sense. The chain of custody form shows Captain Behrens personally couriered the sample to the lab. Your boss? Gumbo asked. Why would the captain handle routine evidence transfer? Ellie wondered. Linda closed the file slowly. He wouldn't, unless he needed to ensure certain results. The implications hung in the air between them. Linda's boss, the respected head of Cedar Key PD, potentially involved in evidence tampering, possibly worse. We need to be careful how we proceed, Linda said finally. If Behrens is involved, we can't trust the department's resources. So what do we do? Gumbo asked. Linda's expression hardened with resolve. We set a trap of our own. Sterling thinks he's untouchable because he has people in key positions. But he's never faced someone with nothing left to lose. What did you have in mind? Ellie asked. Sterling's hosting that charity gala for wetland conservation this weekend at the yacht club. Every power player in the county will be there, including barons. You want to confront him publicly? Gumbo was skeptical. That seems risky. Not confront. Expose. Linda pulled out her phone. I know a reporter at the Cedar Key Chronicle who owes me a favor. And I have a judge who'll sign a warrant based on what we have here. Won't barons be warned if you request a warrant? Ellie asked. Not if I go straight to the judge's house. Linda stood, gathering the documents. You two need to secure invitations to that gala. I'll handle the legal side. As they left the station, Gumbo couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into something far more dangerous than a charity event. Sterling had already tried to kill him once. With his empire threatened, what wouldn't he do? Beside him, Ellie seemed to read his thoughts. Having second thoughts about your career change? Just thinking that corporate backstabbing was mostly metaphorical, Gumbo replied. The worst thing that happened there was getting restructured. And now I'm involved in actual life-or-death stakes. He paused at his jeep. Strange thing is, I've never felt more alive. Ellie smiled, the morning sunlight catching the silver in her hair. Welcome to life outside the cubicle, Gumbo. It's terrifying, but at least it's real. Chapter 26, A Race Against Time. The Cedar Key Marina bobbed with the nervous energy of pre-hurricane preparation, though the sky remained a cheerful, mocking blue. Word had spread that Rufus Sterling had been sighted loading supplies onto the Midas Touch, his grotesquely gold yacht that gleamed like a floating monument to questionable taste and even more questionable finances. Gumbo's jeep skidded into the parking lot, throwing gravel like confetti. He'd been halfway through explaining to Linda how Ellie's financial analysis had uncovered Sterling's elaborate money laundering operation when the call came in from the harbor master. Sterling was preparing to flee. You sure about this? Linda asked, checking the magazine in her service weapon with the calm precision of someone whose daily routine included the possibility of shooting people. If we're wrong, I'm looking at a suspension, and you're looking at a lawsuit that'll have you living in a refrigerator box under the causeway. We're not wrong, Gumbo said, his voice tight as he scanned the marina. Ellie tracked the money through 7 shell companies. Sterling funneled development funds through Devereux's accounts, then into offshore holdings. When Devereux discovered the wetlands were unstable and wanted to shut down construction, Sterling realized he'd be exposed. And now he's running. Linda's expression hardened. With evidence that could convict half the county commissioners for bribery. They moved quickly along the dock, ignoring the curious stares from locals preparing boats for what the Weather Channel had dramatically named Tropical Storm Annihilation, formerly known as Tropical Depression #7 inches before ratings considerations intervened. The Midas Touch loomed at the end of the pier, crew members scurrying across the deck with the industrious panic of employees whose boss had suddenly announced an unscheduled voyage to non-extradition waters. We need a warrant to board, Linda muttered, squinting at the vessel. We need a miracle to stop that thing once it hits international waters, Gumbo countered. His phone buzzed. Ellie. He answered it while keeping his eyes fixed on the yacht. Gumbo, where are you? Her voice had the controlled calm of someone deliberately not panicking. Marina. Sterling's preparing to bolt. We're about to? He has her. Ellie's words came out clipped, precise. What? Who? He has Vanessa. I went to confront her with the financial evidence like we discussed. When I got to the pet spa, the place was ransacked. Her assistant was locked in a supply closet. Said Sterling came in raging about betrayal, accused Vanessa of stealing documents, then forced her to leave with him. Gumbo's blood ran cold. When? Less than an hour ago. I called you right away. She's probably on the yacht, Gumbo said, scanning the gleaming monstrosity with new urgency. Call Harbor Patrol. Tell them to block the channel. Already did. They're 20 minutes out. We don't have 20 minutes. As if to emphasize his point, the Midas Touch's engines rumbled to life, the sound vibrating through the wooden dock like the growl of an awakening predator. Stay put, Gumbo told Ellie. We've got this. He ended the call before she could object, turning to Linda. Sterling has Vanessa on board. Possibly hostage, definitely unwilling. Linda's professional demeanor flickered briefly, revealing the cold fury beneath. That changes things. Exigent circumstances? Close enough for government work. They moved with renewed purpose, Linda's badge extended like a talisman against the protests of a crew member standing guard at the gangway. Cedar Key Police. We need to speak with Mr. Sterling immediately. Mr. Sterling isn't receiving visitors, the crewman replied with the rehearsed politeness of someone paid to be a human obstacle. Mr. Sterling is receiving handcuffs if he doesn't appear in the next 30 seconds, Linda countered. A commotion from the upper deck interrupted their standoff. A woman's voice, Vanessa's, raised in panic, followed by Sterling's distinctive artificially cultured tones, now stripped of their usual polish and raw with anger. That sounds like a distress situation to me, Linda said, shoving past the crewman with her weapon now drawn. Stay behind me, she instructed Gumbo, who for once didn't argue. They ascended to the upper deck to find a tableau worthy of a telenovela written by someone on hallucinogens. Sterling, his usually immaculate white linen suit stained with what appeared to be cocktail sauce, had Vanessa cornered against the railing. Between them stood a portable safe, its door hanging open to reveal stacks of documents. And for reasons that defied immediate explanation, Winston the foul-mouthed cockatoo was perched on the yacht's radar equipment screaming, "Maritime law! Maritime law!" at periodic intervals. Police! Hands where I can see them! Linda's command cut through the chaos. Sterling's head whipped around, his two white teeth bared in what could no longer pass for a smile. Detective Hastings. How predictable. Step away from Ms. LaRue, Sterling. You don't understand what's happening here, Sterling said, his voice assuming the reasonable tone of a man explaining that the alligator in his swimming pool was actually an invited guest. Vanessa has stolen proprietary documents. This is a private business matter. Proprietary documents about building luxury homes on unstable wetlands. Gumbo interjected. Or the ones about bribing environmental inspectors. Sterling's face performed an impressive color shift from artificial tan to genuine pallor. You have no idea what you're talking about. Actually, we do, Linda said. We have financial records tracing the money, witness statements from your contractors, and a very interesting confession from your associate at the county zoning office. You're finished, Sterling. For a moment, it seemed Sterling might surrender gracefully. Then, with the unpredictable desperation of the cornered wealthy, he grabbed Vanessa and yanked her against him. Start the engines, he shouted to the captain on the bridge. We're leaving now. The yacht's engines roared louder. Linda steadied her weapon, but Sterling was using Vanessa as a shield, making any shot too risky. Think about what you're doing, Gumbo said, taking a careful step forward. There's nowhere to go. Harbor patrol's on the way. Even if you make it out of the marina, where exactly do you think this very subtle, impossible-to-identify gold yacht is going to hide? I have connections, Sterling snarled, backing toward the stairs to the bridge. People who appreciate what I've accomplished here. Accomplished? Vanessa found her voice, struggling against his grip. You built death traps on sinking land. Those houses would have collapsed within years. Only the ones in Phase 3, Sterling corrected, as if this technical distinction somehow mitigated the moral bankruptcy. The others would have lasted at least a decade. Tell that to the families who would have lost everything, Gumbo said, continuing his careful approach. Tell that to Ellie's husband, who died investigating your corrupt dealings. Something changed in Sterling's expression, a flicker of genuine confusion. High tower. That was an accident. He was poking around the wrong construction site at the wrong time. Wrong answer, came a voice from behind Sterling. Everyone turned to see Ellie standing at the top of the stairs, holding what appeared to be a flare gun from the yacht's emergency kit. Sterling's moment of surprise was all Vanessa needed. She stomped on his instep with a stiletto heel, one of the few legitimate uses for such impractical footwear, and twisted free as he howled in pain. In the ensuing chaos, Linda moved in, securing Sterling while Gumbo rushed to check on Vanessa. "How did you get on board?" he asked Ellie, who still had the flare gun trained on Sterling with the steady hand of someone who had absolutely no compunction about firing it in a non-recommended direction. "Told the crew member I was Sterling's personal astrologer, coming to give him a critical Mercury retrograde reading," Ellie replied, her eyes never leaving Sterling. "These yacht types will believe anything if you say it with enough crystals." As Linda recited Sterling's rites with evident satisfaction, harbor patrol sirens wailed in the distance, finally arriving like the cavalry in a movie where the protagonist has already subdued the villain and fixed himself a sandwich. Winston the cockatoo had the final word on the matter, squawking with eerie clarity, "Guilty as charged." For once, the bird's legal analysis was spot on. Chapter 27, Swamp Justice. Gumbo should have known better than to relax. In his corporate days, the moment someone announced mission accomplished, the project invariably collapsed like a house built on Sterling's wetlands. The sun was dipping toward the horizon by the time Linda finished processing Sterling at the Cedar Key station. Vanessa had given her statement, corroborating everything they'd pieced together about Sterling's environmental fraud and his role in Devereux's disappearance. The evidence boxes mounted. Justice, for once, seemed to be functioning with uncommon efficiency. "You look like hell," Ellie said, handing Gumbo a cup of vending machine coffee that smelled like it had been brewing since the Carter administration. "I feel worse," he admitted, wincing as he rolled his shoulder. The adrenaline had worn off, leaving him acutely aware of every muscle he'd strained during the yacht confrontation. Linda emerged from the interrogation room, rubbing her temples. Sterling's lawyer just showed up. Looks like he was grown in the same lab they use for televangelist hair. "He talking?" Gumbo asked. "Sterling? Barely. Just keeps saying this is all a misunderstanding that his associates will clear up." She made air quotes with such vehemence they were practically audible. "I've got him being transferred to county lockup, where they have better security. Captain Behrens conveniently called in sick after the harbor incident." Ellie frowned. "You think he was tipped off?" "Guarantee it," Linda nodded. "Behrens has been Sterling's inside man from the beginning. We'll deal with him tomorrow when I bring in state police." Officer Jenkins appeared, looking apologetic. "Detective, transport's ready for Sterling." Linda nodded. "I'll handle the paperwork. You two should go home, get some rest. The hard part's over." In the parking lot, shadows lengthened across the cracked asphalt. Ellie insisted on following Gumbo home, citing his exhaustion and the probability he'd fall asleep at the wheel and become Florida's least mysterious disappearance. Gumbo was fishing for his keys when his phone buzzed. Linda's number. "Tell me you forgot something at the station," he answered. Linda's voice came through tight with controlled panic. "He's gone. Sterling's gone." "What? How?" "Transport never made it to county. Officer Ramirez was driving. Rookie. They found the cruiser empty at the boat ramp by Gator Pass. Ramirez is unconscious with a head wound." Gumbo's stomach dropped. "Sterling has a boat. Small fishing skiff kept there for weekend anglers. Harbor master says it's missing." "He's heading into the Everglades," Gumbo said, already moving toward his jeep. "It's the only route that makes sense. Every road is being watched." I've called for air support, but there's a storm front moving in. Helicopters can't fly in this visibility. Ellie was at his side now, concern etched on her face. What's happened? Gumbo covered the phone. Sterling escaped, heading into the swamp. To Linda, meet me at Jimbo's Everglades tours. He's got airboats. It's our only chance to catch Sterling before he disappears into the backcountry. On my way, Linda replied. 20 minutes. Gumbo ended the call, turning to Ellie. Go home. Lock your doors. This could get messy. Ellie's expression hardened with determination. Not a chance. I'm coming with you. This isn't a debate, Ellie. Sterling's desperate. Desperate men do desperate things. Richard's killers have evaded justice for 3 years. I'm not sitting this out. Their argument was interrupted by Gumbo's phone ringing again. Unknown number. Put it on speaker, Ellie urged. Gumbo answered cautiously. Hello. Detective Malone. Sterling's voice, smooth as ever despite the circumstances. Or should I say, former middle management nobody playing detective. It's over, Sterling. Every law enforcement agency in Florida has your description. Indeed. Which is why I need insurance for my journey. A pause. Would you like to speak with my insurance policy? There was a shuffling sound, then Ellie's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out, staring at the screen in confusion. Answer it, Sterling commanded through Gumbo's phone. Ellie put her phone on speaker. Hello. Ellie. Thank God. The voice belonged to Barbara, Ellie's assistant at the cafe. There's a man here with a gun. He says, her voice broke off with a frightened yelp. Sterling's voice returned on Gumbo's line, smooth as oil on water. Your Ms. Hightower has a charming establishment. I'd hate to see anything happen to it or its employees. Ellie's face drained of color. If you hurt her. That depends entirely on you, my dear. I need a navigator who knows the backcountry, and your file suggests you were quite the outdoors woman before settling into widowhood. What file? Gumbo demanded. Captain Behrens keeps excellent records on potential problems. Your lady friend has been on his radar since her husband's unfortunate accident. Gumbo and Ellie exchanged horrified glances. Here's how this works, Sterling continued. Ms. Hightower comes to Gator Pass alone. She guides me through the Everglades to a private airstrip I maintain for wildlife photography expeditions. Once I'm safely away, her assistant goes free. And if I refuse? Ellie asked, her voice steady despite the circumstances. Then Barbara becomes part of the local ecosystem. The Everglades are quite efficient at processing organic matter. I'll do it, Ellie said before Gumbo could object. Excellent. Gator Pass. 30 minutes. Come alone, or Barbara feeds the wildlife. The line went dead. Chapter 28, Swamp Juice. The Everglades didn't care about human dramas. It had been swallowing secrets, bodies, and evidence since long before Florida became a convenient rectangle at the bottom of America's weather maps. It would continue to do so long after Sterling's gold-plated empire crumbled into the limestone beneath it. Gumbo knew this as he gunned the airboat engine, sending a flock of startled herons into the pewter dawn sky. The propeller's roar shattered the swamp's morning tranquility with all the subtlety of a chainsaw in a library. You sure you know how to drive this thing? Linda shouted over the noise, her knuckles white against the metal railing. Define no, Gumbo shouted back, wrestling with the steering. I've been a passenger several times. The physics seem straightforward enough. We're going to die, Linda concluded, reaching for her sidearm as if it might protect her from the consequences of Gumbo's piloting. They'd commandeered the airboat from Jimbo's Everglades tours after Sterling had pulled his most desperate move yet. During transport to the station, Sterling had somehow slipped his cuffs, probably thanks to wrists greased by decades of metaphorical slipperiness, overpowered the rookie officer driving the cruiser, and escaped into the maze of mangrove channels that bordered Cedar Key's eastern edge. Worse, he'd taken Ellie as a hostage, having spotted her at the dock giving her statement to another officer. The last anyone had seen them, Sterling was steering a small fishing boat into Gator Pass, the labyrinthine waterway that eventually opened into the heart of the Everglades, a place where GPS signals went to die and cell phones became expensive paperweights. 8 minutes since we lost visual, Linda reminded him, checking her watch. If he makes it to the abandoned hunting camp at Cypress Point, he could disappear for good. Gumbo pushed the throttle forward, sending the airboat into a turn that nearly launched them both into the murky water. Physics, it turned out, were more complicated when applied at 40 miles per hour through swamp terrain. Sterling doesn't know these waterways, Gumbo said, correcting their course. He's a yacht club navigator. He follows preset routes on digital charts while drinking $8 sparkling water. And you're an expert swamp guide now. I got lost here 3 times investigating Devru's property, Gumbo admitted. You learn the canals quickly when you're being circled by something with more teeth than a dental convention. The channel narrowed, centuries-old cypress trees reaching over them like gnarled fingers. Spanish moss hung in spectral curtains, occasionally slapping against their faces, nature's way of telling them they were moving too fast for their surroundings. There. Linda pointed to a broken branch, bobbing in their wake. Someone came through here recently. Gumbo throttled back, letting the airboat drift as they listened. Morning sounds returned. The distant bellow of bull gators, the chitter of nesting birds, and the constant invisible symphony of insects. But underlying it all was the faint, mechanical purr of an outboard motor. Got him? Gumbo whispered, then opened the throttle again, following the sound. They broke through into a wider waterway, where the early sunlight painted the water in copper and gold. A quarter-mile ahead, Sterling's stolen boat left a white wake through the still water. Ellie's auburn hair was visible in the bow, her hands clearly bound. Cedar Key Police. Linda shouted through a bullhorn that Jimbo had optimistically included in the airboat's emergency kit. Cut your engine and surrender, Sterling. Sterling's response was predictably unhelpful. He gunned the outboard motor, veering sharply into a side channel barely wide enough for his boat. Gumbo followed, the airboat's shallow draft giving them an advantage in the increasingly narrow waterway. He's heading for Sawgrass Maze, Gumbo realized. If he makes it in there, we'll never find them. Then don't let him make it, Linda said simply, stowing the useless bullhorn and drawing her weapon. They gained ground, as Sterling's heavier boat struggled through patches of water hyacinth and floating debris. The distance closed, 300 yards, 200, 150. Sterling looked back, his perfectly coiffed hair now a wild tangle, his white linen suit stained with swamp water and what might have been blood from the cruiser escape. When he saw how close they were, he made a desperate decision. He grabbed Ellie by her collar and held her over the side of the boat. Back off or she goes in, he screamed. These waters average 8 gators per mile. How good do you think her chances are? Gumbo cut the engine, letting their forward momentum carry them closer while giving the appearance of compliance. He locked eyes with Ellie, whose expression showed not fear but calculated fury. She gave him the smallest of nods. You've got nowhere to go, Sterling, Gumbo called. The only road access point is blocked. Every marina in 3 counties has your description. You think Mexico is going to welcome a gringo who builds collapsing houses? I'll take my chances, Sterling snarled. I've got friends who can make me disappear better than Devru ever did. Speaking of disappearing, Linda said quietly to Gumbo, pointing to the water behind Sterling's boat. Something massive was moving just beneath the surface, creating a pressure wake that rippled toward the stolen vessel. The distinctive ridged back of an enormous alligator broke the water momentarily before submerging again. Old Scarback, Gumbo breathed. The local legend, a 16-foot bull gator with a distinctively scarred dorsal ridge, was normally just a tale tourists were told to keep them from wandering off the boardwalks. But in that moment, prehistoric vengeance was approaching Sterling's boat with dedicated purpose. "Sterling," Gumbo shouted, "let Ellie go and surrender. You've got bigger problems heading your way." "Nice try," Sterling scoffed, waving dismissively. "I wasn't born." The rest of his sentence disappeared into a startled shriek as old Scarback rammed the underside of the boat, nearly capsizing it. Sterling released Ellie to grab the gunwale, the vessel rocking violently. Ellie didn't waste the opportunity. Despite her bound hands, she heaved herself across the boat and drove her shoulder into Sterling's midsection. The impact sent them both tumbling into the water with a splash that seemed to silence the entire swamp. Gumbo was moving before conscious thought caught up, diving from the airboat into the tannic water. The cold shocked his system as he surfaced, frantically searching for Ellie among the ripples and shadows. He spotted her 20 feet away, awkwardly swimming with her bound hands. Behind her, Sterling thrashed in panic. All his entitled confidence vanished in the face of actual consequences. And behind Sterling, the ominous form of old Scarback circled with prehistoric patience. Gumbo reached Ellie first, supporting her as Linda maneuvered the airboat alongside them. With a strength born of adrenaline, he hoisted Ellie over the low side of the vessel before turning back toward Sterling. "Give me your hand," he shouted, extending his arm toward the flailing developer. Sterling looked at him with wild eyes, then at the circling predator, then back at Gumbo. For once in his life, he made the right choice, lunging toward Gumbo's outstretched hand. Their fingers had just touched when old Scarback surged forward, jaws opening with the inevitability of Judgment Day. The prehistoric hunter didn't actually bite Sterling. Perhaps even ancient reptiles had standards about what they put in their mouths. But the massive tail slapped the water with such force that Sterling was propelled forward like a champagne cork, straight into the side of the airboat. The impact knocked him unconscious, leaving Gumbo to haul his deadweight over the side while Linda kept a wary eye on old Scarback, who seemed disappointed by the lack of a proper meal. "Never thought I'd be grateful to an alligator," Linda muttered, handcuffing the dazed Sterling to the railing once Gumbo had him aboard. Ellie, now with her hands freed, wrapped herself in an emergency blanket and gave Gumbo a look that contained exhaustion, relief, and something far more complicated. "So," she said, her voice remarkably steady for someone who'd just been kidnapped, "this is what you left corporate America for." Gumbo looked around at the swamp now glowing with morning light, the unconscious criminal, the mud coating his clothes, and the ancient alligator that had just assisted in law enforcement. "Still beats quarterly performance reviews," he said, wringing swamp water from his shirt. Old Scarback circled the airboat once more, before slipping beneath the dark water, as if agreeing that nature's justice system, while messy, was far more efficient than anything humans had devised. Chapter 29. A Twist in the Case. Dawn painted the Cedar Key police station in watercolor shades of amber and pink, the kind of picture-perfect Florida morning that Chamber of Commerce photographers lived for. Nobody inside the station noticed. They were too busy dealing with the aftermath of what the local dispatcher had already dubbed the Sterling situation. Gumbo sat on a metal folding chair, wrapped in a blanket that smelled vaguely of wet dog and strongly of mothballs. His clothes hung from a makeshift clothesline in the station's break room, still dripping swamp water onto the linoleum floor. Across from him, Ellie nursed a cup of station coffee, somehow managing to look composed despite having spent the night fleeing through a swamp and wrestling with a sociopathic real estate developer. Sterling himself occupied a holding cell, having been transported to the station with 3 deputies, 2 sets of handcuffs, and one very angry Detective Hastings, who had personally secured his restraints this time around. The developer's usual polish had been comprehensively stripped away by his Everglades adventure. His imported linen suit was now a study in brown and green stains, his manicured nails broken, and his artificially whitened teeth seemed less dazzling against the yellowish bruise blossoming on his jaw. I want this on record, Linda said, dropping a stack of forms on the table between them. Old Scarback is getting a commendation and all the raw chicken he can eat. Pretty sure that violates wildlife feeding regulations, Gumbo mumbled through a yawn that threatened to dislocate his jaw. I'll backdate his deputy credentials, Linda countered, dropping into a chair. Sterling's talking. Ellie set down her coffee cup. About Devereux. About everything. Seems a night in the swamp, followed by an alligator encounter, has made him remarkably cooperative. Must be all that facing mortality business that yoga instructors are always going on about. What's he saying? Gumbo asked, sitting forward. Linda flipped open her notebook. The Devereux disappearance was staged, just like we suspected. But here's the twist, Devereux isn't dead. What? Gumbo and Ellie exclaimed in unison. According to Sterling, Devereux discovered the geological issues with Heron Bay and threatened to go public. Sterling couldn't allow that. The insurance fraud scheme was worth millions. So he offered Devereux a choice: disappear with $2 million or disappear permanently. Devereux took the money, Gumbo concluded. And the endangered orchids, Linda added. Apparently, those were part of his non-negotiable terms. Sterling had them transported to wherever Devereux is hiding. So where is he? Ellie asked. Costa Rica. Sterling arranged everything. New identity, beachfront property, the works. Even monthly deliveries of those disgusting protein bars Devereux was obsessed with. Gumbo rubbed his temples, where a headache was setting up permanent residence. If Devereux is alive, that means we've been investigating a crime that never actually happened. Oh, there were crimes, Linda assured him. Just not murder, conspiracy, fraud, bribery, environmental violations, witness intimidation. But here's where it gets complicated. More complicated than an allegedly murdered man living in Costa Rica with stolen orchids. Ellie raised an eyebrow. Linda's expression darkened. Sterling claims he wasn't working alone. Says Captain Behrens wasn't just taking bribes to look the other way. He was a full partner in the development scheme. The implications settled over them, like the heavy air before a hurricane. That explains why the blood evidence was contaminated, Gumbo said slowly. And why Richard's investigation hit so many roadblocks. Ellie's knuckles whitened around her coffee cup. Are you saying the head of Cedar Key Police helped cover up my husband's murder? Sterling denies any involvement in Richard's death, Linda said carefully. Claims it was truly an accident. But he's a pathological liar who builds houses designed to collapse, Gumbo finished. His word isn't exactly platinum. Exactly. And now we have a problem. Linda lowered her voice, glancing toward the bullpen where officers went about their morning routines. If Behrens is dirty, we can't trust department resources. The evidence chain could be compromised. Sterling could walk. There has to be something solid, Ellie insisted. Financial records, communications. Sterling says everything went through burner phones and offshore accounts. Classic criminal enterprise setup. Gumbo closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the case from the beginning. Something was nagging at him, a detail just beyond reach. The yacht club fundraiser, he said suddenly, eyes snapping open. It's still happening tonight, isn't it? Linda nodded. Sterling's dramatic exit hasn't changed the social calendar. Half the power players in the county will be there, including Behrens. And the county commissioners who approved the Heron Bay permits despite environmental concerns, Ellie added, catching Gumbo's drift. We need to be at that fundraiser, Gumbo said. Sterling was keeping insurance, right? Some kind of leverage against his partners in case things went south. He's not admitting to any backup plan, Linda said. But it would be standard operating procedure for someone as paranoid as Sterling. The safe, Ellie said suddenly. On the yacht. There was a portable safe that Vanessa had opened. Sterling was furious about it. Linda was already on her feet. The evidence team cataloged everything from the Midas touch. "I'll check the inventory." While she was gone, Gumbo reached for Ellie's hand across the table. "You okay? Last night was terrifying? Life-threatening? Oddly exhilarating?" A small smile played at the corner of her mouth. "I've spent 3 years running a cafe and wondering what really happened to Richard. Last night, I nearly became alligator food, but I've never felt more alive." "That's the adrenaline talking," Gumbo warned. "Trust me, it wears off quickly. Then you're just left with sore muscles and questionable life choices." Says the man who left corporate America to chase criminals through swamps. Fair point. Linda returned, holding an evidence bag containing a thumb drive. "Found in the safe along with these." She dropped a stack of photographed documents on the table. Offshore account numbers, transfer authorizations, and what appears to be a very detailed record of bribes paid to various officials, including barons. "Sterling kept receipts?" Gumbo asked incredulously. "Men like Sterling don't trust anyone," Ellie observed. "They always need leverage." "This could be enough to nail barons," Linda said, "but we need to be careful. If he suspects we're onto him." "We need a plan," Gumbo agreed, staring at the thumb drive that might finally provide justice for Richard Hightower and expose the corruption that had poisoned Cedar Key. Outside, a squadron of pelicans glided past the station window, oblivious to the human dramas unfolding below. Somewhere in the distance, old Scarback drifted through the morning-lit waters, having returned to his primordial routine now that justice, or at least its human approximation, was underway. Chapter 29: A New Beginning. The aftermath of Sterling's capture had all the organizational efficiency of a 3-legged cat chasing a laser pointer. State police, FBI, Fish and Wildlife, and what appeared to be every law enforcement agency with jurisdiction over anything wet, had descended upon Cedar Key with the enthusiasm of bureaucrats who discovered unused budget before the fiscal year's end. Gumbo sat on the hood of his Jeep, wrapped in a scratchy emergency blanket that smelled faintly of previous emergencies, watching the circus unfold. Ellie leaned against him, her hair still damp, exhaustion evident in every line of her body. "Barbara's okay," she said, looking up from her phone. Turns out Sterling was bluffing. He sent one of his marina boys to scare her, but never actually went near the cafe. "Small mercies," Gumbo murmured, his arm tightening around her shoulders. Linda approached, looking like she'd gone 10 rounds with the entire Everglades and lost on points. She changed into dry clothes, but swamp mud still clung to her boots, and the circles under her eyes had darkened to a shade that suggested sleep was a distant memory. "Sterling's singing like a bird that's discovered methamphetamine," she said, handing them each a paper cup of coffee from the emergency response truck. "Turns out self-preservation trumps loyalty when you're facing multiple life sentences." Gumbo sipped the coffee and immediately regretted it. "What's he saying about barons?" "Everything." Linda's face hardened. "Captain's been on Sterling's payroll for 3 years. He buried evidence in Richard's death investigation, tampered with the Devereux blood samples, and has been feeding Sterling information about our movements." Ellie's knuckles whitened around her cup. "So Richard was murdered." "Sterling claims barons handled that personally," Linda confirmed quietly. "Said Richard had photographic evidence of protected species being relocated and wetlands being illegally filled. When he wouldn't be bought off, barons arranged the accident." "Where's Barons now?" Gumbo asked. "That's the problem. He's disappeared. Cleared out his house, emptied his bank accounts. State police found his cruiser abandoned at the Gainesville airport." "He won't get far," Ellie said with quiet certainty. "Not with every agency in Florida looking for him." Linda didn't look convinced. "Men like Barons and Sterling have connections. Money stashed in places we can't reach. People willing to hide them. Speaking of hiding, Gumbo said, any sign of Devereux? Sterling must know what happened to him. Linda's expression shifted subtly, a curious mix of professional detachment and something like suppressed amusement. That's complicated. You might want to come see this. She led them through the chaos of law enforcement vehicles to a medical tent set up near the water's edge. Inside, a man sat on an examination table while a paramedic cleaned a nasty gash on his forearm. His beard was wild and unkempt, his clothes ragged and stained with months of swamp living, but there was no mistaking the imperious set of his jaw. Elias Devereux, Gumbo breathed. You're alive. The orchid collector looked up, his eyes sharp despite his disheveled appearance. Technically speaking, though I've had to redefine my standards for a living these past months. Where have you been? Ellie asked. Approximately 4 miles southwest of my greenhouse, in a hunting cabin I've maintained off the books for years. Devereux winced as the paramedic applied antiseptic. When I discovered what Sterling and Barons were planning, I knew they'd silence me permanently. So I disappeared, took my most valuable orchids and enough evidence to bury them all. You faked your own disappearance, Gumbo said, the pieces finally clicking into place. The blood in the greenhouse? Mine, certainly, but from a minor accident weeks earlier that I'd cleaned up with a shop rag. I left it behind deliberately when I heard Sterling's men approaching. Added some fresh drops for dramatic effect. Linda shook her head in disbelief. You've been hiding in the swamp for months while we've been conducting a massive search operation. I've been gathering evidence, Devereux corrected primly. Documenting every illegal construction activity, every protected species impact. I have memory cards full of photos, videos of midnight dredging operations, recordings of Sterling's men threatening environmental inspectors. Why not come forward sooner? Gumbo asked. And end up like Richard Hightower? Devereux shook his head. I needed absolute proof, enough that they couldn't simply eliminate me and make it disappear. He gestured toward the water. When I saw that ridiculous airboat chase this morning, I figured the game was up. Decided it was finally safe to emerge. The paramedic finished bandaging Devereux's arm and stepped away, giving them privacy. So all this time, Gumbo said slowly, you've been living in a swamp cabin eating what? Cattails and mosquitoes? Devereux sniffed indignantly. I'll have you know, I maintained quite a sophisticated setup. Solar panels, satellite internet, rainwater collection system. I even grew my own vegetables. He paused, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. Though I will admit a certain longing for decent coffee. And perhaps a mattress that isn't populated by various arthropods. Linda's radio crackled with an update about Sterling's transport, this time with considerably more security, and she excused herself to deal with it. The evidence you collected, Ellie said once Linda had gone, does it include anything about my husband's death? Devereux's expression softened. Yes, Ms. Hightower. I have Sterling's emails ordering Barons to handle the Hightower situation. And Barron's response confirming it was done. I'm sorry. Ellie nodded, her face a careful mask. Thank you. At least now we'll have justice. Not just justice, Devereux said. The class action lawsuit against Sterling's development company will likely result in the largest environmental damage settlement in Florida history. As Richard's widow, you'll be entitled to a significant portion. I don't want Sterling's money, Ellie said sharply. Then donate it. Fund conservation efforts. Create a scholarship. Build something good from something terrible. Devereux smiled faintly. It's what I plan to do with mine. After I've had a proper shower and approximately 48 hours of uninterrupted sleep in an actual bed. 3 days later, the Cedar Key Gazette ran a front-page story with the headline, Sterling Silver, Developer's empire crumbles as fraud exposed. The subheadline read, Captain Barron's captured in Cayman Islands, extradition pending. Gumbo clipped the article and pinned it to the bulletin board in his office, the spare bedroom of his stilt house that still smelled faintly of the previous owner's cats despite his best efforts with industrial-strength air freshener. He was updating his case notes when a knock came at the door. Ellie entered carrying 2 cups of her hurricane survival coffee and a large envelope. "You're looking surprisingly professional today," she observed, nodding at his attempt at business attire. Khakis only slightly wrinkled, and a button-down shirt that hadn't been part of the swamp expedition. "I have a potential client coming at noon," Gumbo explained, accepting the coffee gratefully. "Some millionaire with missing exotic fish." "Sounds glamorous." "Sounds like it'll pay the bills," he corrected. "What's in the envelope?" Ellie slid it across the desk. "Devereux sent it over. Said it might be of interest." Inside was a collection of photographs, aerial shots of coastal properties, development plans, and environmental surveys. A note in Devereux's precise handwriting read, "While cataloging Sterling's crimes, I found these. Someone is buying up protected mangrove islands through shell companies. Same pattern, different players. Thought your new detective agency might be interested. ED." Gumbo spread the photos across his desk, a familiar spark of curiosity igniting. "Different players, same game." Ellie smiled, perching on the edge of his desk. "Just when you thought you might have to settle for missing fish. Think we should look into it?" Gumbo met her eyes. "I could use a partner with accounting expertise. Someone who knows how to follow the money. Someone who makes coffee that could strip paint, but somehow tastes like salvation." Ellie's smile widened. "Are you offering me a job, Mr. Malone?" "I'm offering you a partnership. Malone and Hightower Investigations. Has a certain ring to it." Before she could answer, a massive splash from the water beneath the stilt house shook the entire structure. They rushed to the window, in time to see an enormous scaled back disappear beneath the surface. "Was that?" Ellie began. "Old Scarback," Gumbo confirmed. "Looks like the Everglades is keeping an eye on us." "I'll take that as an endorsement," Ellie said, turning back to him. "Partner." Outside, the Florida sun beat down on the Gulf waters, promising another day of sweltering heat, unexpected mysteries, and the particular brand of justice that seemed to flourish in this corner of the Sunshine State, wild, unpredictable, but ultimately inescapable as the tide. Don't miss a single moment of Florida Weird. Get Red Tide retired free. Ill intent. A1A. High tide homicide. Good and gone. Booty shake. Boomer bust. More to come. Missing misses. Wetsuit pursuit. Hurricane heist. Messing up. Messing around.